No niin. We are back here again. As promised yesterday. And we try to keep our promises the best we can, so. But yes, welcome to everyone who already got here, and thanks for coming. And today it will be almost the same thing as yesterday, but maybe something slightly different. But anyway, it will be Valheim. And yesterday we actually managed to progress at certain point that we can now next start looking for a swamp, or actually we found one swamp already, but we have to explore the swamp and take its resources for ourselves so we can progress even more. And also we spent enough time that one of the mods that we have in the game, the season mod, so as you can see in the upper bar, we are already in the winter time, which meant that everywhere is cold no matter what, and it might get freezing if you walk outside in a snowstorm, so I guess we have to be even more careful than in normal game. But I'm sure we will manage somehow. But yeah, we can jump back in right away without further ado. Yes, exactly. Just bite your lip or just breathe heavily and walk the pain away in the cold. And also, I think... Oh, never mind. I was going to say that these carrots that we planted before the winter, we managed to pick some of them up, but most of them didn't grow up because the winter started, I think. And I assumed that they wouldn't grow during the winter and they were only frozen in time, but I guess they are fine, so we can now actually pick them up, so that's good. So I haven't still read what the mod actually does with the seasons, so it might just slow down this growth rate during winter. Do not be too harsh, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's one of the better songs from Hylum, in my opinion as well. But yeah, good, we got more carrots, which means we can make better foods for now. And we also planted these fine wood trees here, or these birches that we need to cut down for the fine wood. And what else did we manage to do in the end? We got all our tin and copper, we don't need to do much with those anymore. But yeah, we went to the Elder Boss Isle, where we fought with Elder. Then we walked all the way through the coast to south, where we found our first swamp biome by looking for the dead trees that only grow or not grow in swamp. And then we made a portal to the swamp so we can get there quickly next time when we want to go there instead of running all the way there again. But yeah, I think now we should not sit down, but figure out what food we actually want in there. Since now we have some more options than before. These are fine. It seems our trash pile is doing well here. Let's move this a bit. Keeps growing. Oh, we were also the last time and the time before that we were also looking for my wife, since she still hasn't shown herself, even if she exists. But you always keep missing her. But now starting to get a bit worried already that she's been missing for a while, so I have been posting these flyers around this place, so if anyone has seen her like this, so you will know what she looks like if you run into her and you can tell him I'm missing her. So if you see anyone like this while we run around the wilderness, please give me a heads up. She's pretty hard to miss, I guess. But now you know what she looks like. This is one more proof that she actually exists. Of course, this is a real photograph we took. Yes, she is indeed a woman of all time. That's my wife. But yeah, I'll keep that flyer in my pocket if we need to give someone more of those when we pass people in here in the forest, so I'm still hopeful we can find her before it's too late. But yeah, I think now actually the new slight off plan is try to plant the swamp carrots, so turnips that we actually got from the swamp. Since last time I thought, as I said, that nothing might grow in the winter, but now I'm hopeful that we actually can plant the turnips already. So let's try that and hope they won't die from the cold or something. Oh yeah, okay, it says. Well, that explains much if it says too cold, so luckily I speak turnip and I understand what they are saying, so they're saying it's too cold, so not much we can do about that. Unless, actually we can try and put some campfires near them if it helps. And we can then see what they say after. So if we put this here... now they are saying different things, yeah. If I put my ear near them, I think it might take them 1 hour, 30 minutes and 50 seconds to grow fully. But that's just a guess. You can never be too sure. But yeah, I speak both carrot and swamp carrot. They're pretty much the same language, there's just a different dialect basically. But good, we planted our first turnips, which is important for the next part, since those will unlock some new food stuff for us, and a better food station, I think, since we can craft an upgrade for this cauldron, I believe. And with that enables us to make some really nice food that you get from the swamps. Also, we made these frost resistance meads from the eel parts that we got from the swamp. And as the name says, you might resist frost better if you drink it, so I believe that will be really good in here during the winter wonderland, since everything is cold or freezing. So it pretty much sucks everywhere. Harder to fight and explore and do anything outside, since we don't have anything to prevent the cold yet. But you might later get some different clothes or armor that help with that, but for now we only have the blue magic juice that helps us. But we have to wait for the first batch to cook, or whatever it is doing in that barrel. And actually meanwhile, since we will be spending time here anyway, we might as well cut down all our birch trees to get the fine wood ready and going when we need it more. So, not straight into the action. We are not diving straight into swamps. But we will have this kind of slow start first and getting mentally and physically prepared. And I'm sure our maybe dead wife can wait for us for a while. If she's stuck in the swamps, for example. Yeah, just planting a few trees like this gives you a shit ton of wood anyway, and planting them pretty close by to each other lets us do some of the work before even hitting them with the axe, since they keep hitting each other. 3-on-3 violence. It's a sad thing to see, but that's nature. I wouldn't say rest in peace yet, so she might be resting peacefully, but I'm hopeful that she isn't actually dead. And we might find a new swamp wife at the swamp, so I'm hopeful for that as well, if it comes to the worst, that she is actually gone. But I'm not sure we will run into anything as beautiful as her though. So that's a shame. Yes, I can thank you for her, since that's what I keep telling her as well. Unfortunately, we didn't have any children yet, so they would have been handsome or beautiful for sure if we did, but we never know now. Also, when you are falling or felling down your tree farm, remember to kill your stumps as well from the ground. So if you want to plant more here, the stumps don't stop the sapling from growing if it's too close to it. But even with the rested buff, we already can feel the negative effects of the cold of the winter, since stamina regen is ass at the moment. It makes it a lot harder to do all this work. So I guess a smart Viking would probably make a campfire near here. Actually, now that I think of it. I think that turnips there told me that that works, so let's try that for ourselves as well. So just take some stone from here. Oh, deposit some of the wood. Then just put this campfire here in the middle. And now we have nice stamina regen, no cold anymore. I think I might be a genius. I'm not sure if the Vikings back in the day thought about this when it was cold, so they might have struggled to raid anything since they had shit stamina during the cold. Now we are cooking, as they say nowadays. But yeah, the range isn't massive, so we would have to spam campfires here to get the benefit everywhere, but I don't think we really need to make that effort and just keep cutting and stay warm. Also, I feel like cutting a huge amount of trees like this and getting a huge amount of wood piles like this is satisfying in some way. Somehow the deer sensed our killing intention and dodged at the right moment. But we will honor its 6 kills and leave it alone. he will survive through this winter. Unless he comes back with his friends and they try to kill me together, so I think maybe we should be safe and just kill it before that happens. So you never know what those deer are thinking. But yeah, if we want, we can now make this temporary piles of wood here. Just so it is easier to suck up everything. Just keep piling all this wood up. We can actually just storage it here. We don't always need to run every piece of wood or stuff into our base. So. Unless we see our neighbor coming to steal it in the night. So we have to probably prepare for that as well. Unfortunately, I can't yet build any traps, but later that is a possibility. Also, I talk about this yesterday that I really enjoy this winter look that the season mod gives Meadows and the other places. It actually looks so winter in here. Since I like it in real life as well, so this is extra special. That it's not the same old green meadows all the time. There's like so much feeling and atmosphere in this dark winter night with few fires here and there. Right, you need stamina to build those piles, so this is more complicated than it looks. This. Yeah, still, even if it is cold, it is a really nice night to cut some trees and maybe kill some locals. The fresh outside cold air makes it feel even better to kill those than usual. I think that was all of the trees. Yes. Now we just pile the rest of them there and... Oh! Not yet. I was going to say that we are done with this, but... Guess There's final inspection. And we passed the final inspection, so everything is good. But yeah, struggling with this max weight of our inventory really is a struggle at this point, so we really want to find the merchant guy who sells the special magic belt that gives you plus 50% or just plus 150 more carrying capacity, which helps a lot. But it still feels like that isn't enough anyway, but at least it helps. Also, I think after we get some iron from the swamp, that will be the moment that we can actually start thinking of making a new base, since with iron we can start building with stone. So we have more options than currently. See how the turnips are doing. They say they are healthy. Nice to know. Since as they are part of our company here in Valheim, we don't unfortunately have any health insurance for our employees, so it's good they are healthy. Since we can't offer any help if they are not. So, I think anyway I want this frost resistance meat no matter what, since in the swamp if you stay there during the night, even in the normal game, you will get cold and wet all the time, so that is devastating in there. So even without this winter status from the mod, we still want the frost resistance for now in the swamps, since it makes it a lot more safer. So of course you don't actually need it, but as I said, it's better safe than sorry as usual. So I think our equipment is fine for the swamp. We can't really make it, I don't think, any better at this point before we get iron next. So we are officially ready to go after we get that this frost resistance here. Actually, we can probably sleep this night away to get a bit faster. Also, we see some disturbing dreams. It says something about the bear without limbs or whatever. Some sick shit. For some reason we are not dreaming about our wife at all. Only like those disturbing things instead. Okay, perfect timing. We flush the toilet here, and the toilet gives us 6 frost resistance meats. And we can put more in the toilet. There's our survival potions now all ready to go. We don't need them all. Maybe just 3 or 3 each. So 10 minutes of poison resistance and 10 minutes of frost resistance per mead should be enough. Did we get... I think we got the full rester buff, but it is shorter during the winter probably. Or did I spend that much time after getting up? not actually sure anymore how many minutes we should get from Comfort 8, but let's see. Okay, it's specially tuned from the mod since you get like only full minutes in vanilla game, and now we get full minutes and 15 seconds, so might be less than usual, but we will deal with that. Okay, we got our stuff, inventory is almost empty, and we go to Swamp Portal. Yeah, hell yeah! It's again Valheim time. Yeah, Swamp Madness incoming. We are just entering our first swamp, or we have dipped our toes in there already, but haven't gone any further than that black area, so we shall see how we get fucked in there. And it is winter time, as you can see, which is from the special mod we have, so it's even worse, I guess. But that's why we have these meats that give us poison resistance and frost resistance. And that gives us some courage to run in here and get fucked just a bit less. But unfortunately we don't have any Draugur resistance potions, so we just have to deal with them normally. It seemed last time we thought they won't grow, but now we had some of our carrots like grew really slowly since I planted them before winter, and I got some of them before winter began. But now when we were at day 3 of winter and we finally got rest of the carrots out of the ground, and they need heat to grow, since our swamp carrots or turnips, as some people call them, wanted some heat from campfire to grow, or they were speaking to me and saying they are too cold without the campfire. Yeah, there are actually some mechanics in this season mod, since I used to play with another season mod, but then internet told me that this one is better, so I used this for this playthrough and I've been already impressed. There's so many interesting little things here, and it looks really great. And when it's winter, if you go to water that gets you wet, I think you get the freezing debuff, but we have frost resistance meat, so we are safer there, but usually you only get the freezing when you are in the mountains, but now you get it in the water as well. But yeah, our objective is basically to kill everything we see and try not to die ourselves. And we haven't seen the deadliest thing in here yet. But it will be a surprise when it pops out, so you will probably notice what I mean when it happens, so don't worry about it. Though I think the most deadliest thing is probably still a 2-star Draugur Archer, so since they can be really sneaky with their arrows and it hits like a truck when it's 2 stars. Yeah, or some mod that people have that gives like 14 stars or whatever and makes it like just ridiculous. Just add more stars to make it more fun. Yeah, use trees to your advantage against these assholes with bows, while you handle his melee friends. And when you walk in this shallow water, pay attention that you don't step on an eel, since they don't like that and they bite pretty hard. And even if the green blobs you saw earlier, that they poison you, but I think the most dangerous poison is the accidental eel poisoning. So that's why you want that poison resistance meat enabled here. So, okay, now you see the surprise coming up from there. Now it's time to fight the true boss of the swamp, which is not a boss. But he has to fight the environment first to get to me. Yeah, it looks really great in winter. Oof. Basically, it's a good idea to parry these, but just be careful. I'm not sure if it does more damage than my shield can parry, or if I am fucking it up. But my prediction would be that I am fucking it up since I have an upgraded bronze buckler. Or it might be, one reason is that you need max HP from your food to be able to, I think, block better, but not sure how it scales. But if you want to block better, you want more HP, since they changed the system back in time. But I'm pretty sure I just timed it wrong there a few times. Also, oh, there's a blob here. Also, these might actually hit above your head and basically above your shield. Almost the same thing as with those trolls that have the logs. And I complained that even if you are good at parrying, if you're too close, they might just ignore your shield by hitting over you. Which I'm sure is not really intended, but you just have to take it into account while fighting and get better. But yeah, the swamp doesn't look as sad when it is white and like Christmassy here. It doesn't look as dead, even if you would think so during winter, but since during winter you have this white snow here instead of all dark black mud, it looks better like this. But yeah, the abomination gives us some nice materials, which are these roots. And you can build useful armor from them. Actually, one of the best armor pieces, I think, that you can have for a long time, even in later biomes. It has its weakness, but the strong side is that it is resistant to piercing attacks, which makes it really strong against any archer or a few enemies that hit strong, but they have piercing damage, so they're half as strong against that armor. So even if it has like less armor than some other things above it, it still like punches above its weight grade, or whatever how you say that. It's better than it seems. So you really want to make that root armor if you care about surviving. Also, I'm pretty happy if we don't die here in the swamp, since we have only died once to a troll demonstration. Which is also a fuck up on my part as well, but I blame the demo effect or the demonstration moment that I wanted to show something and fucked it up, so that was the first and only death so far. Yeah, you don't want to get bit by these, even with the poison resistance, if they have stars, since I think that's... Poison can be quite nasty with everything else hitting you at the same time. And of course you don't want to fight in the water, so don't stay there too long. And it's a good habit to look around you now and then, since most of the time the slime enemies sneak up on you with no warning. They just keep silently hopping towards you. Skeleton knows these advanced tactics of staying in the deep water, so I can't hit him with my sword, since it unequips it when I go to the deep water. But luckily I know how to punch skeletons good, so it doesn't matter. Just aim for his sarcophagus. Yeah, this is... Oh, there's an abomination again. This is a biome that you really don't want to be underprepared for, especially on your first time, but even later times. This swamp will kick your ass. Yeah, I think I'm a lot of times too early on that downward smash he does, so have to be more careful with that. Just be brave and parry it later. Also, his attacks depend on, if you are really close, he usually uses that smash or that right arm of his, which is this fast swing. And the left arm is a slower, stronger swing, which he does when you are a bit further away, I think. So you can slightly manipulate what he does. Also, I ran out of rested debuff, which is bad. And poison and frost. Everything went to hell for a second, but no worries. We noticed before dying. To some bullshit. So we actually might want to run back a bit, since we have almost full inventory as well. Which means we can stash our shit and take a little rest in there and then come back. Yeah, be careful when you don't have the rested buff, since you just keep sprinting around the swamp and falling in deeper water without stamina, and then you got eels on you, and an abomination spawns, and a Draugr archer is shooting you, and whatever. Can get pretty hectic. So sometimes it might be better to just walk around without the sprint instead, just in case. Even if it feels like a good idea to get out of there faster by sprinting, but might make you die there instead. Yeah, let's just dump all our shit here. We might actually want a fire. How many do we need for a campfire? 2 and 5. Do we have a nice corner here where we can use this campfire without killing ourselves? Don't have to sit inside, but for immersion we will sit here. I will really quickly grab a drink. Just like that. Now we have some rested. If we want to be safer, we should go to our base through the portal and rest there, since we have a higher comfort there, but we are lazy, which is wrong. But we are also stupid, which is right, so we will go on with the stupid ways and ignore all the good things that you should do. And if I fuck up, you will learn by my mistake, so it's basically a win-win situation. Not sure what I am winning there, but I'm sure there is something. So I think it's getting so dark that usually means it's beginning to come nightfall, so there might be some surprises left in the swamp during the night for us. I wonder if we can parkour up this, or do I have to build something here? Can we see if there's a chest up there or not? I think so. Well, I will try a few more times before giving up. Unlucky that these pillars are so slippery since we are on the swamp and they're wet. Else I would totally make it on the first jump. But again, the environment is against us, so we can't do much about it. Okay, it's impossible, no one can make that jump, so we won't even try anymore. Oh! Maybe our friend will help by bringing this whole thing down. He might agree to give us like free labor and deconstruct that building with his giant hands. What are those legs? I don't know. Or both. Leg hands. Actually not sure what the orientation even is with that guy, so I don't know where his face is when he's twirling around like, okay, he went home. Well, that's a bit rude. But we will catch up to him later. All of these guys, I think, are running back home for some reason. Maybe because it's night and their work shift ended. They only do the day shift, since they don't get paid enough to stay here during the night, so whoever is paying them here in the swamp. But that archer was a company man and stayed without even extra pay. Okay, well, we will fight it here then. We will play by its rules instead. Oof. And surprise leeches under, of course. Always pay attention where you stand in. And you can scan with your mouse just to get those HP bars. And here's a silent slime assassin, which I mentioned before that would happen at some point. And that's why you also have the poison resistance. Or else I would have been triple fucked by poison there. Well, double or triple, whatever, but still multi-fucked by the poison. But now the poison just gave us a kiss instead of fucking us, so that's better. Or whatever you desire, of course. It might not be better if you like that kind of thing. Yeah, let's see if we can venture a bit more further. This seems like a small swamp, since we can see that meadows is already there, so that's bad luck, since we really want the largest swamp to find the dungeons that the swamp has in it. That's our true objective first in the swamp before even thinking about the boss. Also, we want to get that glowing green goop from the trees as well. And I prefer if it's like at lower level, that we don't have to climb up to it or build platforms up to it. But sometimes you get really unlucky and don't really see trees that have it like here at the lower level. Or we will hide behind this tree just to lure the archer closer, just in case. Amaze him with our parry, so he can't do shit. Yeah, I don't think you can still shoot those with like piercing damage or arrows. Yeah. I think I always use an axe, and you can't cut down these huge trees here, they are immortal. So I think the best way is just get wood from around you, since there are normal trees here as well. And build a workbench somewhere, and then get climbing. You can just plop those stairs there, like this. And don't fall. Then when you're here, next to a gug sack, you try your best to not fall and get to its level. Which can help if you build some more platforms here with this special snapping trick. Now we have this kind of platform. Perfect. Then just swing at it and get the cook you want from it. And this cook you get from here, even it smells like fermented fish, it's still useful and you really want to get it, so it's used for many things. One of the things is an important weapon. But also it is used for some housing items as well, so if you are an kiinteistövälittäjä, which I can't remember what this is in English right now, then you might want some cook as well. So you can make those kiinteistös more beautiful to sell them easier. Realty. Was it estate realtor, realty estate or something like that, you know what I mean. Person who sells houses to other people. Realtor, yes, thank you. From the chat. Wonder if I should risk it and go for the upper gug there. Might be a deadly mistake to make since we are so high up, but no risk, no reward. Just go for it and victory awaits in Valhalla if you fail. Oh, never mind, since now you can see that our stairs here say that they are red, so when we try to build more, the other stairs hate that and kill themselves. So when you have a red piece like this, it is so far from the foundation level, which is there on the ground, that actually, hey, no, we have foundation from this tree, since it is considered like ground as well, since it is a special immortal tree. But anyway, if you build too far, you get those colors, and red means you are fucked if you want to build more. But since this tree is immortal and foundation level, like some rocks are, you actually get this high up blue level in here, swamp, for example. So you might build a huge tree house easily, even in the high trees, since you get the foundation so high up with no effort. So keep that in mind if you enjoy some kind of tree houses. Let's see here if we can manage. Should we just build more stairs? I think a gug collector is one of the most dangerous professions you can have in Valheim world, so only specially trained people are allowed to even do this job. I don't have a license, but luckily there's no one to check in here. And there's also the poisonous slime boss there, which is not blob, it's the ooze. That one that gives off that farty gas around it. And it gives like a super killer poison basically compared to the green ones. And as a special Kinder Surprise egg move, when you kill it, it has two of those green blobs inside. Oh, was it 3? Anyway, it gives multiple green blobs from inside, so you get a happy surprise. So stay extra careful against those assholes. And you will probably die at this like food and gear level if you get the poison without poison resistance. Since it does so much damage. Also now is the good time to get yourself a blunt weapon. So basically maybe a bronze mace at this level. Since all these slimes here take extra damage from blunt damage. So if you have poison resistance, it shouldn't be a trouble actually to just melee them. You can tank some of the poison with this poison resistance. Make sure you have stamina so you don't eat unnecessary poison too much. Oh, okay, yeah. The Kinder Surprise gives you two of these blobs. But yeah, mace is a good weapon to have at this point of the game. This biome is made for that weapon, pretty much. And that's one of the reasons, of course, why we don't have a mace for some reason, but you can't always do the right thing, even if you know what to do. Also, those oozes have a really small chance. I can't remember exactly how small, but probably like 10% or whatever. Something like that. Not abysmally small, but still small chance to give this scrap iron, which is the actual iron ore in this game, which you will be digging from the dungeons in the swamp, but you can get your first pieces from the oozes by luck. And also there is one more way here in swamp to get iron, but we will see if we get to it. But the main way is to find a sunken crypt entrance and go mining there for your iron. If you see green lights here in the swamp, that means there is a crypt entrance there, since they usually have the green torches outside, unless something has broken the torches. So. But yeah, as I said before, unluckily this is really small swamp. This guy really is following me to the swamp, so he might be a bit crazy. If I run away, do they turn into each other? Yes. Oh, and there's the special surprise star from the Swamp Knights. Only during the night. Just this night. Get your tickets now and get righted. If you see this blue light coming at you suddenly behind you or whatever, then get scared and spooked, since a raid is coming for you. And they're pretty strong. But, oh, even more stronger enemies. Since I lost my rested buff, this might be a bit finicky to survive, so let's see what we can do. We might want to take some distance and pop Eikthyr so we get more stamina. And there's even more spooky boys out, but yeah, they're going home when it comes daylight, so. But I want to kill this one spooky boy. Unluckily there is that Elite as well, which is as the oh, there's an Abomination as well. But yeah, the Elite is an Elite version of the Draugrs, since it's an Elite Draugur, so don't get fucked in here. Also more slimes, maybe drink a health potion. Objective is to survive. Watch out for the leeches that are like fucking 5 in that water. What the fuck? And just rush down the raid. His most important loot you want from him is this chain. They always drop one chain. So if you kill a right, make sure you get the chain. And this is basically every and each enemy that the swamp has. attacked me at the same time. What the fuck? Only missing thing was Draugr Archer, I think, but almost everything was here. But yeah, we managed to survive because we kept our cool and didn't even yell much. We just stood our ground bravely and didn't run away too far. And now we collect our victory spoils from this asshole as well, who fell 3 on us. As a special move he has. I never saw that coming, so I ate that to my face. But yeah, luckily the knight went away just at the right moment, so it gave us some breathing room probably, and the other ghost we saw on the right didn't actually aggro. And they just return to the sky when the day comes, and when night comes you can see them falling down from the sky. So they might actually be some kind of angels. But like evil angels. Yeah, easy victory. Vikings 1 and Swamp People 0 yet again. Now time to also kill these slippery sausage guys here. They were basically just cheering from the crowd for their friends. As they couldn't come to land and kill me. But they're part of the enemy team, so they must die as well. But yeah, if you're not prepared, and if you're not calm and whatever, then you might die multiple, and you will die multiple times in the swamp. And maybe it's a 50-50 every time you see something that attacks you, that should I run away or not. Always be ready to run, since you get overwhelmed so fast in here, as you might have maybe seen just now. But an experienced Viking will survive and even commentate at the same time what to do and what he will do. And like some kind of protagonist of this world, I am the main character. And I will not die or give up before I find my wife. Also, before killing everyone here, I might actually want to ask these guys if they have seen my wife, as I showed you before I made those flyers that I hand out to people I pass here. And actually now show it again, I still have the flyers with me. And I give these out if anyone has seen this wife of mine. Yeah, my wife is maybe a 3-star wife actually. So please call me or give me a message or something if you see my wife. You might not be able to not see her if she is somewhere close to you. Yes, thank you. She's very beautiful. But hopefully, yeah, she is somewhere still here alive. But we will keep looking. We will never give up. Yeah, after all that shocking combat action, we might want to go reset our adrenaline in the base, since our inventory is pretty full as well. And it's a good opportunity to get more of these resistance drinks, since we ran out of them, or will run out of them in 20 seconds. And we want the longer rested, since the worst thing happened and we ran out of rested during all that shit, so you don't want that to happen. So, first let's sort everything with this fancy smancy auto sort thing. See what we actually have. And then pick the most important things that we want to bring to the other side, which is our base. And leave all of all of the other crap here for now, since they can be forgotten later. Oh, I can't, of course, teleport since I have that iron ore with me. Since if you check this iron ore, it has that symbol in it, which you can't really see what it actually is, but basically it means what it says in the tooltip, can't be teleported. So the basic difficulty in the game doesn't let you to teleport these minerals and metals through these portals or some other important items. Just to give you some reason to use boats and actually explore with those. And you can actually nowadays use a setting in the game without any mods that lets you teleport metals through these portals, but for first time players I wouldn't suggest to skipping the actual boating in this game, since that can be really fun. But if you hate it, you can always turn the teleporters into metal teleporters. But at first try without having your metal teleported easily. Or don't, I'm not a Viking police. Do what you want. Yeah, but now we got those root pieces, which means we can get that sick armor. Prepare our shit. It's probably made here since it's not metal. Yeah, and I was talking about the root armor, the chest piece, harness, and that is the one that gives you resistant versus pierce, which is minus 50% on any pierce damage you take. But it also has this weakness part, which you take 50% more fire damage, which is might not be a problem in the swamp, but later on it will be a problem, so remember that it exists. And also, if you want to be a cheap ass and not make all those poison resistance potions or you lack materials, you can make the root mask, which has resistance versus poison, but I think it is not as strong as the potion, and also it doesn't stack with that potion, so, or the mead, so you might want to still use the mead anyway, even if you have this mask for the set effect or something. But with this mask you can still survive in the swamp without the mead, so it helps a lot to have some poison resistance. But yeah, anyway, and the pants don't have anything special in them, I think. Where is the pants here? Yeah, just the weakness to fire. But basically it's an archer set, or tries to be, since you get plus 15 to bows if you have all the 3 pieces. But yeah, we want this anyway, since I like this set a lot. So we want ancient bark, which we got from the swamp trees, the ancient trees. And then some letters that we have here. So let's make the armor. Let's make the mask. And the leggings. And then we might want to upgrade them all, since we got many of those roots. At least one time each piece, and can we upgrade any more? Oh, we ran out of bark, but we can still get one upgrade. No. And since we will be using the chest most likely, anyway, with the pierce thing, so we want to upgrade that first. Not that it matters much, but if you want to try and optimize somehow, then you should upgrade that first. Then we equip everything, and then we look like we belong to the swamp. Also, we have that Smurf cape still, but luckily we hoarded our old cape, which is actually brown, so it fits better, and we will change to that. Since it is important to look good in the swamp. Especially if we are looking for a new wife in there. We have to impress our new swamp wife. Stash that armor for the mannequin display later. Now we look really good. like some kind of swamp shaman. But still, for some reason, we are an archer because of the set bones. And I can actually upgrade the cape once to get one more armor point, which might save our ass at some point, so might as well do that. So, need some bones and leather only for it, so that's fine, or hide. There we go. Remember to equip everything back after you upgrade them, and you're ready to rock again. Also, I noticed that our bees don't do anything during winter, so if you use this mod, prepare for that. Which kind of makes sense since they're outside here and try to not die from the cold and being in a huge bee ball inside, probably warming each other up. Because I guess that's what bees do in real life. Let's get more of these resistance meats. We trust that we don't fuck up too much, so we don't have any more healing meats, but we might actually already prepare these better ones, so just in case we need them later. Bloodback raspberries, honey, and dandelion. Floorberries. Dandelion is inside as well. Bloodbacks are here in our swamp pile. And we have stashed honey here. Was this all? Yes. So we have medium healing porridge or juice, and we put that there, and we get nice potions later. Then we check on our swamp carrots. They're showing me in their clock that it's almost time, so they will still stay there. And we will go back to the swamp instead. Yeah, we have our shorter rested buff. We have our weapons, potions. Maybe need more arrows. Maybe not. Eat our food. And we are ready to go back. Back in business. Put all this crap in the same one. But yeah, I'm not sure if we want to do anything with that 2 pieces of iron, since we would have to take the boat. Not sure about the west coast here, but at least the east coast would go through here, and maybe some waterway there brings us home. But you really want some swamp with lots of crypts and actually like hundreds of iron that you want to bring with your boat, or you can be actually the first boat only fits 120 iron in the storage that the smaller boat has. But with that iron you can get iron nails, and that unlocks the next boat, so then you can haul even bigger loads of ore next time. Yeah, first you have to be like small scale operation. But I'm pretty sure we got everything we want from this swamp. So there's not much reason to go back. But we will do so anyway, just in case there's like more some enemies that we want materials from. Since there's good food materials from these leeches and those draugrs. And I think another night is coming, so we might see more those spooky ghosts, and we want change from those spooky ghosts for lots of different things. So before when I talked about swamp in the past, I said that you have to be brave and go to swamp during night as well, even if it is spooky and dangerous. And those chains are one of the reasons, probably, even if you can get them elsewhere as well, but your first chains will probably come from raids if you just go bravely into the night. Actually, I'll just wait here, so I don't have to fight in the leech infested water. Okay, those assholes are coming here throwing rocks. They can probably help me with these guys. Or just die to them. That's fine too. Jesus, there are so many again. Like suddenly you have 6,000 skeletons and draugrs and slimes and whatever here. There is no peace in the swamps, only war. It feels like every time we see a pack of these leeches, there's always a one-star leech hiding amongst the normal ones. Trying to get a stronger hit in by sneaking. Almost like they always plan for it. I don't understand their disgusting eel or leech language, so not sure if they're planning it or not, since I can't understand. But yeah, this piece of little shitty swamp is conquered pretty much, so we actually might just want to carry on and continue this coast towards north and see if there's more swamp maybe. Also I'm checking for spooky ghosts in the sky. You can often see them pretty far away and maybe shoot an arrow at them to pull them near you. Yeah, they're not too common, but they of course always attack you when you least want it, so they will wait for their moment somewhere in the trees. Also, it's a terrible idea now to run to north without any portal materials. But this is a full commitment that we will probably get back to the Elder Camp with our exploration. So, in a way, a calculated risk, but the calculations say that this is a really bad idea anyway. Yeah, this is just for the exploration's sake. You can see if this whole island ends there or if there's something else. And I think we will manage with our food and potions. Shouldn't be any trouble in those resources. Rested buff going down is pretty bad though, so we might want to, now that we are in peace, check that we have materials for a campfire when we need one, so there's some kind of Muumitalo with all the Moomins. Or Smurf house with Papa Smurf and his smaller Smurfs here. We will let them live this time. Oh my god, we really got lucky, since this is one of the things I talked in the last stream. We wanted this giant sack on our map. So that is the merchant, and you find merchant only by randomly running near Black Forest biomes. But it would be great to have the portal materials now, so we could run there with... fuck it, we'll run back to the swamp. portal materials and make a portal to the merchant and new portal to base, so you always have access to the merchant. But yeah, I knew this was a bad idea, but at least we can make amends and just go back and pretend that we only did this just to confirm the merchant, and now we're running back. So no mistake was made in this house. But yeah, sometimes it can take like a shitloads of hours to even find merchant, since it is, I think, 3 or 4 only possible spawns in your world, like the whole this map. Some amount of possible spawns, and whichever you go near first actually spawns that merchant. So we had to get pretty close to get that to spawn. Since from that swamp we didn't see it yet, I think, so somewhere here it's popped. And usually how you search for it is you sail through these borders of the Black Forest biomes, and you get the pop from your boat instead of randomly running through the forests. But yeah, that's the difficult thing, so you never know how far inland it is, or is it near the coast, or so you just have to get lucky. Since in the multiple runs that I have done in this game, when the merchant has been available, there's been multiple runs as well where I myself couldn't really find that merchant easily. And it is really frustrating, since when you know what you are missing out, if you can't find the merchant, it sucks. And also, now that we found the merchant, hopefully when you find your merchant, you have been hoarding that gold and or those valuables that you can sell for gold, since now it is time to use them. And get your Viking to next level. With these top 5 tips to increase your Vikingness. 3 things Odin doesn't want you to know. One thing is to buy a strength belt so you can carry more shit. Since Odin gave us only 300 carry capacity, which sucks ass most of the time. But with the wrestling belt you can get plus 150 more, as I said before, and that's quite nice. And quite nice of an increase to that. Yeah, that one Odin is an asshole and we got him, so he doesn't recommend that belt. Let's bring some souvenirs back home to our wife when he returns. Or she returns, not sure anymore. Then we grab some portal materials and make a new portal here as well. Actually, can we make something that we would need really soon? Maybe not. But yeah, one of the things you need the chains for, that the spooky ghosts drop, for example, this 4K improvement, it gives you 1 more level to it, so it's important shit, and some armor need those chains, and some shields need those chains, and lots of uses. So face your fears and confront the spooky ghosts as much as possible. What I'm doing? Yeah, I'm building 2 portals, so two amounts of materials. Many eyes. And that fine wood. Oh. Huh. Wonder what this... Oh yeah, it was someone's corpse. I was wondering what this trash pile was, but... Since we have these random trash piles around here, since no one is here to clean them up, we will use that trash pile as a storage for now. You never know if you can find more stuff from that pile that you actually needed, so don't want to throw those away fully. Yeah, we can easily put this like merchant. Or actually we will use his real name, which is Haldor, I think. Since spoilers, there will be more merchants, so it gets confusing if we call them all just merchant. Stash. Trying to find new places where to stash all my trash. Since I really want those stones, but I'm not sure where to stash everything right now, so maybe I'll just build a random new chest, break the law and put it there, and just start piling more in there. All these stones out of there, put them here. Now we're happy with those stones. But we stashed that fine wood. So we need to get that back, of course, before we forget. And check that we have the portal materials needed. Yes. We named this Haldor. Hopefully that actually was the guy's name, so it's pretty embarrassing if it wasn't Haldor. Because some asshole is trying to poison our swamp carrots. And actually he managed to poison them, so no swamp carrots for us. I guess fuck you then. That were our only 6 swamp carrots we had. That's pretty sad actually. Fuck. Oh well, we have to find more from swamps. I guess we don't need that swamp food after all. It's probably some unhealthy shit that will just kill us more early, so... That guy actually did us a favor and destroyed those carrots, or turnips. Yeah, we will have our revenge someday. Also, now you learn that you actually have to maybe do something else with your garden. And we should have fortified it, or you actually have to have a proper fence or wall around your base, so they don't get like free roaming pass in here. That is the price you pay for being a shitty Viking and not building properly. So try to learn from my mistakes. No swamp carrots for you. But yeah, we have Haldor there. So we go back to, was it swamp or which is closer? Probably swamp. Didn't check if we had the rested buff, but probably did, since we spent some time inside. Nope, I lied. Actually, we probably want the longer one, since we are still here. So, make an U-turn in the cosmic portal. Go back home through the cosmic highway and get your comfortable buff here at home, eat some food. And we are ready to go again. And we might want to keep drinking those cold resistance brews, since this fucks up our stamina regen, as we know. Not that we are in mortal peril or anything, but might be nice. You can always make more of those. So even if the usual way to play RPGs and games with like consumable items is to save them until the end of the game if you need it at the last boss and still don't use them at the last boss, so it's better to use this shit that you actually make to make your life easier. No matter how terrible and scary it sounds to actually use consumables, but you really should use them in this game. Or if you don't, you can just claim you are doing a no consumables run as a challenge. But yeah, since we are doing a no mistakes run challenge, so I will have to use consumables to not make any mistakes. Luckily I haven't made a mistake yet, so we can continue our run. Yeah, the consumables really helped in this game at least. Oh yeah, nice. Hopefully no spooky zombies in this game here. I think there's only spooky skeletons in this forest. We have just beeline towards that giant sack of his. So we really want that merchant's giant sack. And its contents. It has nothing to do with the fact that he is actually a dwarf or this world's dwarf. Not that he is handsome or anything. And not that I am sexually attracted to him or anything. Just look how handsome he is. Also, he has a pet with a name, which actually now with this mod has the winter coat on. Usually they are just like chestnut brown. And it cuddles me when I pet and loves me a lot. But for some reason the developers don't give this same command to this dwarf, so I could cuddle him and pet him. No, this is my best friend. We are just friends and roommates. Old roommates. But my wife hasn't met him either, so... But yeah, since my roommate is here, we have to build a portal so we can easily visit him. Just in case we have some, like, merchant needs and no other reason. Yeah, I think in history we would be called best friends. Just two guys being dudes together. You can't build... actually, this bubble he has here, which is made by these magical runes, is immune to all damage and no enemy can enter this. So you might get a silly boss spawn with a merchant nearby that you can, like the Elder or some else boss, and you can be immune to everything inside this bubble, and the boss can't do shit against you. Which is kind of fucked up in a way, but you can cheese it like that, I guess, if you really want. Or get lucky with the spawn. But yeah, you also can't build too close to that bubble, I think. Will prevent it. Wondering where the hell are we building this? Well, I guess this is fine. Make a small shack that fits the portal, and that is enough. We don't need anything else in here in the wilderness. Well, I said we don't need anything else, but seems like we need some violence in here after all, so... After you have administered incredible violence, you're ready to continue building, maybe. Maybe a sprinkle more. A pinch of violence more. There we go, and now we build shit here. If we can put our workbench down, there we go. Oh, even more violence needed, I guess. Just trying to figure out in my head what I want to build, or how I want to build this time. This isn't even night time, and still the forest is full of assholes. Ah, I wish they would all come at the same time. Please. I think we will build a sick log-like structure here. This will look amazing, most likely. It will look like shit, probably. Let's see. Raise the ground a bit like this. Standing on this taller part and then using the hole like that. Now it looks like the pillars are actually on the ground. And you can see this, I talked about the beams being roof pieces earlier, so now they're actually doing their roof business and leaving that trail where there is no snow in there, since they are shielding the ground. Not that it really matters, but just a little detail. You can actually see from the ground that you build it all fucked up, so maybe it helps with that. I wonder if there's a spawner nearby or something, since this is pretty... Oh yeah, there's the spawner. I was wondering, there's pretty too much, like, that's not normal that they keep spawning like that. I guess we will fuck them up. Again, not my fault. You could have had your nest here if you wanted, but you just couldn't be happy with just that, so... For that you have to die. Perish. Which is a nicer word, I think. Perish like my swamp carrots did. This might be enough for the portal. Oops. This is highly experimental building technique. I have never done it like this, so please don't expect too much from this. I think the portal doesn't even really fit here, but oh well. Oops. Yeah, it's nice that even the roof pieces get that snow covering on them because of the mod. Seems like they have really thought about how to actually immerse people into the season mod with the seasons. There we go, we have a nice little shack here, or a hut. that we can maybe keep warm together with my friend there if he's cold. Someone might even call this Panolu. Of course the door doesn't work since the ground level is fucked up. Now, there we go. Even and just a small step there. Oh, there we go. There's like a little dwarf hut here. It was Haldor, I think. Yes, nice. I wouldn't forget my boyfriend's name. I mean, my friend's name. Just throw some shit away. Portal icon and write his name again. That we have done many times. Yeah, then we have to go get our cash and you can buy all kinds of shit here. And also new things that I haven't seen before, but this might be because of a planting mod or something. Those are like normal consumables here. Or those normal items that you can get anywhere else. But yeah, what we really want is this. The wrestling belt, championship belt. Gives the wearer superhuman strength. Increases max carry weight. Megin Yord. That is our main goal first. That will make everything easier. Also, I really wish to find a swamp that is more closer. Oh, well, actually an actual swamp that we can get iron from, but still I would like for it to be a little closer so we don't have to boat so far. But you can choose where the biome spawns, so we are at the mercy of the gods. Hey, thanks, I'll give your compliments to the DJ. Here we... what were we doing here next? Let my brain catch up for a moment while I'm repairing. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not sure if I have some problems in my brain or whatever, but I forgot in like 20 seconds that we were getting coins for the merchant that I was so happy to find, but already forgot him. Our relationship with the merchant is pretty complicated, so... Also, we have shit tons of these pieces of amber and whatnot to sell. So we will temporarily leave our stuff here so we can just massively sell all these, mass sell them, get rich. Like some space dwarves in another game would say that we are rich. And they might even talk about rocks and stones. Okay, first things first. You don't buy the Yule hat unless you really want to. That's not important. What is important is this belt, and you click buy, and surprisingly, it buys the belt for you. But yeah, you have like a hidden item slot for each of your items. Like you can only have one chest armor, one pair of pants enabled or equipped at the same time. And you also can have only one magic item equipped at the same time. So later when you progress in the game, you get more different kind of magic items. So you have to pick and choose what to use and when. But this belt is basically the most important one in my opinion. But there are other important ones as well. But you just have to keep switching between them depending on your purpose, what you are doing. But now, as you can see, we got 450 instead of 300 now, so we got what we wanted from that. Then what you might want to buy is at least one Thunderstone. Actually, do we have full inventory? Yeah. Let's do this move first, and you can actually just sell by clicking this, and it sells, I think, one stack at a time by random. So you can just spam click this sell, get almost overburdened by the money, since you're so rich. But luckily, since we have this money making belt, we can carry all our huge amounts of money. So now you are rich, so you can buy anything you want. And as I was going to say, buy one Thunderstone. You will want that later when you get your first iron. You will unlock some shit from that. Then, well, we actually might want to take a fishing rod just for fun. And maybe some bait. 100 bait is one stack, yeah. And if you are scared of the dark or spooky things, this is this magic circlet which replaces your helmet slot, or you have to use this in your helmet slot. It gives you an actual light. Well, I can actually show it right now since I don't personally use it a lot, but it has its uses in certain places. But when you're in the total darkness somewhere, it's really nice to have. But the penalty is that then you don't have your head armor, so you get less armor and other penalties if you have something nice on your head. But yeah, it's like magic light on your head. If nothing else, building with this is much more nicer since usually you don't build light sources first, at least I don't, so building in darkness sucks, so this helps with that. The Yule hat is just for drip. If you want to look cool, I don't think it has any other effects. Maybe it makes it easier for Haldor and you to fall in love if he likes these kinds of gnome hats. I'm not sure. And you want some amount of Ymir-flesh, maybe, not since you need a lot of these later if you want to build something out of these, so one is not enough for building. But if you get that one, you can later see what recipe it unlocks when you get the other items, so might as well buy one if you have money and don't have much need for other things. These barrel hoops I haven't tried yet, but these came in some update that you can, I guess, build storage barrels. I don't even know how many spaces they have, but let's buy some and try them. And for now, I'll save my money, since there's other things that you can buy later. They unlock after you kill bosses and such, so that's not everything. We're back home and we have to find somewhere to stash our huge amounts of money, so didn't I empty these chests? I guess, yeah, here. Put these other both things in there. Oh yeah, this was stuff that we need with us. Probably leave the light here as well, since I don't need it all the time. Our potions are fine. And oh yeah, we want to try those barrels and see how good they are. I would imagine they're not very good since they're only basic wood and not too many coins, so let's see. Bleh, same as the normal chests. But at least they look nice, so that's probably worth it. For now, we don't really have a nice place to put them to look nice, so what we will do is make them look stupid and put them here. Just for storage purposes, so we know where the barrel hoops are. Let's eat some food before it's too late. Someone is attacking us outside as well. Also, we want to bring more of those cold resistance stuff since it's winter. Normally you don't really need those cold resistances yet, apart from Swamp Knight or General Knight, but now they seem really valuable with this mod. But yeah, unlucky that we lost our turnips to the one asshole who poisoned them, so we can't make the new foods yet. So I guess our next step would be to find a larger swamp and more possible spawns for that turnips and those sunken crypts and whatever you can find on the swamp. So, which basically means that that we probably want to get rid of that swamp portal, take it with us, and continue our journey from there, since that swamp was so small. But yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. So who just goes around poisoning other people's turnips? That's pretty fucked up to do. And they were all healthy and ready to go. Like there was few minutes left that they were ready to live their life, and such tragic ending for those. I think we will do our plan as we just planned, so go through the swamp portal, take the portal with us and make a new one somewhere, probably. And if there's no swamp, we just round this around, and the next step is to boat around. And boat around and find out if there's more swamps. We don't fuck around this time, only boat around. Yeah, they killed even the younglings. Oh yeah, don't forget the portal that you were supposed to take with you. Then we convert this swamp portal icon to a generic camp icon, so we know for if we some reason come back here that there has been a camp here at some point, and there's maybe some random shit in here. And I think we might be greedy and take this iron with us, since we will be going back towards north, and if nothing else we can run this home all the way. Since even 2 iron might give us something at this point. I'm not really sure how many iron the stonecutter needs. I hope it was 2, since that means we can start building with stone already. Which is pretty great. Get our buff on, get our need on, and get our groove on, and just run north. Huh, is the water frozen? It looked like I slid around here. Yeah, there's like an ice effect here. That's cool. Nice. It's like the whole water frozen. What? Since the other mod had like frozen seas and such, but... Oh, fuck yeah, it works in this as well. The whole place is frozen. That's really cool. So maybe we don't need a boat, we can just run around on the ice. And hope that it doesn't melt from under us then, because then we are fucked. Yeah, we might want to run on the beach or the land instead. This isn't even land, this is still water. Well, let's just do this mystical Viking run through this ice while we still can during the winter. Hope for the best. We will pay the consequences if the price for that if something happens. So just one more demonstration what not to do then. Since we are collecting those things in this series, that please don't do this to survive. Always better to show people what happens in those bad cases and not just explain what happens. And I wonder what happens to some things that live in the sea during this if this is frozen. And I can't really see any fish jumping around, so. But yeah, that's crazy amount of detail for a mod to have. Like, the water freezing is great. That the other one had that as well, but to go further beyond and make the momentum keep on the slippery ice as well while you run, so that's pretty crazy. Small detail, but still nice. Yeah, if we want to boat to the swamp as we planned, we need some kind of icebreaker. Did it say how long until the next? Oh yeah, 10. Spring is coming in 2 hours. Luckily our local weatherman is on point and knows exactly when spring comes, so we still have some time to enjoy this winter. Just keep running in this silent darkness and this silent hill like fog and hope nothing pops out. Like these green evil eyes. This is pretty ominous feeling with the fog and this music and everything going on. Feeling that our wife might not be okay after all. Yeah, at least it seems that this island isn't too big, so makes sense that it would just connect up there in the north. So that means that we have to take the boat for a ride, which is just a good thing. We can do that as well. Since the random seed generator or the random seed that you generate can actually just generate huge land masses that you basically have pretty much all the biomes you need in like walking distance, or just you can walk from biome to biome without any bolting in between. That's kind of silly. Since I firmly believe that using the boats is a huge part of this game until you have played enough and get bored of that, but still. Using the boats with, if you play with multiple people, then it's more fun even then. Almost reached back to our Elder Island. We actually might want to kill him again, since we can make some crazy modded magic weapons from the boss loot, so might be worthwhile to check them out just for fun. Since I've been using pretty basic shit so far without those special mod things. Then we lost our rested buff, which we again really want back, so let's make some room. Usual way, it should give us enough for campfire. Yes, thank you. Get the fire and sit down for a while. Grab a snack meanwhile. Ready to continue. Oops, tried to kick the campfire, but luckily I didn't hit it. Especially with this fire weakness armor, it's a pretty bad idea to try to stomp it. Also, if you get a shitty swamp like that, it doesn't help now, but later on you will get a magic tool that will help you find iron in just like the upper swamp instead of going into the actual crypts in there. But I feel like it's pretty late for that kind of iron searching at that point. But you can also kind of cheese it with certain weapons that do AoE damage and keep scanning the ground by hitting the ground, looking for numbers, or it's saying too hard, or some messages that indicate that there's an iron ore underground there, and then just start digging. Using that technique is one of the ways if I want early iron to build with. Just run to the swamp, smash around with that weapon and get lucky and dig up the iron you find. Since I hope it was only 2 iron you need, I'm pretty sure, since you don't need much. So it's easy to get enough with that method. Refill our food and frost resistance. I guess you could just run with 25 HP and little stamina here, since there's not too much danger in Black Forest, but still you might get into an accident. you slip on the ice and hit your head for 25 damage. That would be bad. Okay, now we are connected back to this island, and we might as well search it towards the west, which I will predict that this doesn't go too far. So we can just take the explore points from this and then go back home with our iron. Unless this goes suddenly really far to the side. But hopefully not. Yeah, also now that we got this armor made and slight upgrades into it, so we have very nice setup to go into the crypts already, so we can challenge them right away when we find some crypts for the iron. But to find the crypts, we need to find that swamp first, so things in order. Depending on our feeling, we also could start looking for a new base position now that we get the stone cutter, hopefully, and actually start building somewhere else. Maybe take a boat, get some portals materials with us, and then portal all the stuff after us when we find a new home location somewhere. Before we have too many metals that we can't actually take with us, since we can't take much on the boat or in our pockets. Oh yeah, and I forgot that we don't have one essential tool, which is the bronze pickaxe, which I really want for. Well, you don't need it so much anymore since they nerfed the iron ore HP. But I still would like to have that bronze pickaxe for digging the iron, since it's always faster with that. And then we just have to remember to bring a forge materials with us when we go to a crypt, so we can build the forge outside and always repair when needed. Also, I think I temporarily disconnected from this Twitch chat. At least it said that it's trying to connect back into the chat. I'm pretty sure that there wasn't much activity meanwhile. So I guess it's no worries about that. Eli the raspberries stay alive in this cold darkness. Since I think we need to get more raspberries since we almost used all of them suddenly for the jam and the healing potion. And yeah, isn't it? I like it a lot since it makes it look a whole new game. Even the nakkis here are enjoying the winter since they have those white winter leaves on them. Winter nakki. Also they lost their home territory advantage since the water is frozen, so I don't get hindered by the water. Yeah, pakasten vadelmia. Frozen raspberries. Yeah, this is fortunately and unfortunately part of the game, just running a lot to explore. You might feel bored now and then, but I guess it can't be helped in this game. I think I would be more bored if I could just fast travel everywhere and like without any restrictions. Because the portals are enough for that. Oh, thanks to this ice we can take a shortcut over this. We're almost home. I wonder if we had enough bronze for that pickaxe since I totally forgot about it. But at least I made the nails for the boat already, so if we used all of our bronze, we actually can still make the boat. Yeah, but this is a pretty decent sized chunk of land that you can just run around. Not the largest one, of course, but still a pretty big one. But you might get unlucky or lucky how you see it, but and need a boat earlier to get anywhere. And people have shared even crazy challenge seeds that have random generated like small starting isle with almost nothing on it, and you can't swim far away enough without dying. So you have to manage somehow. I think maybe training swimming, or I'm not sure if you can build a raft with the materials on that island, or what's the way you get out of there. Even the loot has physics, it slides on the ice. Another campfire. Just in time. Oh, enemy saw us. I wish the game wouldn't throw you out of the resting state when some random enemies even approaching you from like 50 meters away. I guess the Viking just senses the enemy and can't rest while he senses enemies nearby, even if he doesn't see it. Lots of nakkis here today, so let's take the opportunity and steal their tails. Yeah, now that I know that the island connects there, I can cheat by using this ice and taking a shortcut. Check this small cabin here, it probably doesn't have much in it, but this would be a nice starting place as well, you know, this kind of small house that is actually full of bees. Yeah, okay, well, the bees live here, so you could not move in anyway. Yeah, then we take the highway through the ice, or the ice way, and go home straight through this. I wonder what hides the UI. Can't remember anymore. Oops, I took a screenshot, not that one. Okay, real quick. Control and F3. Okay, that's pretty random key binding. So we can run more immersively to our home. Get all that snow in our face while the camera is so low. Seems some light. Oh, there's some fish. Are they alive or moving during this? They seem fine. Just frozen in time. Oh, not totally frozen. And we're finally back to our lovely little home. It's indeed very too little. Then we just restock our stuff. Maybe I have to kill someone. As is tradition. Try not to hit your bees. Flush the toilet for more healing potions. Actually, save those for later since we still want to use those minor ones since we are a cheap ass Viking. We use what we make before getting access to any better stuff. Also now we can smelt these 2 pieces of iron that we heroically brought home. We actually maybe want to still smelt our tin even if we have shitloads of tin but no copper. So I guess does that mean no bronze V2 for us? Or is 8 enough? Hopefully it is, since that would be nice. Bronze V2. No, it needs 10, so we need to get more copper with the shitty pickaxe first. Yeah, nice, welcome. Fake Finnish Viking. Right here. Probably don't need that bronze right now, so we might just make the boat and go find new swamps. Oops. Let's first get the iron and probably shit tons of recipes. Some spoilers will pop up. There are the modded iron weapons that don't exist in the vanilla, which are from the later biomes, the weapon types. So close your eyes if you are sensitive to that. Yeah, unfortunately we can't make much with just 2 iron, but hopefully the stone cutter at least. Yeah, there's lots of good shit coming up. Okay, then. The recipes are over. Let's see, stone cutter. Yeah, it was 2 iron. Nice, just enough. Perfect. Just make it for now. Since you can actually make an item with this stone cutter, which is the sharpening stone, which you need for an 4K, or was it 4K upgrade, or the other. Anyway, you need the crafting table upgrade. And now you can do all kinds of stone shit with this for your new castle or whatever you are making. No more wooden castles. But yeah, remember to make the sharpening stone. Since naturally you only get it really much later for some reason. So might as well make it now. Where's our stone? If I remember correctly, it's pretty cheap to make the actual upgrade item that you get it, which is the grinding wheel. So on easy level, you only need sharpening stone and some wood for that, and you get +1 level to your working station. Yeah, it can be pretty hidden like that recipe for the sharpening stone if you don't actually click the table and just look that you can build stone stuff now. And don't realize it's an actual like crafting table as well for just that one item for some reason. Also, we might as well put this outside since we're moving soon anyway. for now we put it there since it connects inside to the forge and we have level 4 forge now. Which actually means that if we had bronze we could still upgrade our weapons even more. But we don't have any bronze. Or at least not enough. So there's the 2 options we can do, which is go straight and look for the swamp, or take it more slow and go get more copper for the bronze. Personally, I'm not sure which I prefer, but I would probably go both thing. Because we don't really actually must need those bronze upgrades. But if you're playing slowly and taking it easy and want to be more prepared, there's no reason to rush, and you should just get more bronze, since you need it anyway later, so. Also, I hope our card is still not there. It shouldn't be, so let's delete that point. Yeah, for our boat, we need portal materials, we need lots of food, preferably more arrows. I guess we'll just make those modded bone arrows since they are simple to make. We need feathers and bone for those. Yep. Probably don't need exactly a full stack, so we can manage with those. Also, I put the ice away again with those quick stackings. And I guess the spring was coming, was it the day 10 that is the last day of the winter, so we probably don't need more frost resistance meat, maybe, hopefully. Didn't we use it all already? Yeah, these are the last ones. So I guess we'll do without and hope that the spring comes fast. And actually we could just sleep the day a bit forward to make it come faster. So we get cold less. Brain is whirring around, thinking if I'm missing something or if I should do something before leaving. If nothing else, we have to actually make the boat. So it's hard to boat without a boat. Nails were in this chest, I think. Yes. Inventory is getting filled quite nicely at this point, even with all this crap that you have to carry with you, or should carry with you, maybe. We probably want to be super safe and just get more food if shit happens, so I'm not sure if it's so necessary with the portal materials, but you never know. Since I like to, even when I'm sailing, I like to keep my health and stamina just in case. Because there might be some things in there, either by the sea or by the air. And I think we're ready to go. The next big decision is which direction to sail to. But since basically at some point you want to go really south, so a good idea is to just head south while doing other exploration as well. So you already have made some way to the south when you actually have to go there. Maybe later. So you can explore wherever you want, but if you have to pick one direction, then I would suggest that straight as far south as you can. Also, I just realized the whole lake is frozen, so should we should we wait for the spring at base, or just be fast as fuck and run one day over the ice before it melts? I think it's maybe 2 full days left of the ice. Well, yeah, you don't worry about that since I have played so much and so many times, so I know exactly what I'm doing, even if it doesn't seem like it always. Yeah, I think it sounds risky as well just to run there, so we might do some random chores at base for these 2 days. Let's sleep over the nights. Yeah, maybe if I had skates, then yes, but we have to wait for both. Yeah, with the mod, this is really nice, and you even get the slide physics with the ice. So you can slide your way to victory. But yeah, I was thinking of going, as you said, lazily through the Bronze Age as well, since there's no reason to rush through it. Since I always suggest if you are a new player or newer player, you should always just take it slow and enjoy it instead. Since there's really nothing to win in this game in that way, there's no race unless you are a speedrunner. I think it's a lot better experience to actually explore each tier of progress slowly and thoroughly, since you can only do that the first time once, and there's no reason to ruin that by rushing ahead too much. Like now, I would still want some bronze stuff, and I know I want it for later, so there's really no reason to actually maybe do that right now and get that some of that copper still while we are here. That might be a good idea since we have a few days left before spring. So we dedicate this chest as our travel chest and leave our boat and portal materials here. We leave our poison meat since we don't need it at this biome too much. We have our one pickaxe, and I think the other pickaxe is in that camp, or the 2 other pickaxes. So let's go there. Actually, do I want my card materials in there as well? Probably. So let's do this magic trick of disappearing this cart with my axe. Since I don't think you can still not disassemble the cart yet. You have to degrade its HP to 0 to get the parts out of it. Which is a bit silly, but I guess it makes sense in a way. But okay, then let's go. And actually need to cross that copper out since we got the whole copper vein last time. And run through this wonderful winter wonderland warful once again. And enjoy the last days of winter. Yeah, I think with the bronze we might not upgrade. Well, the axe could be a nice thing to upgrade, but maybe not the sword. We don't really need that damage or durability for that probably. But I really want that pickaxe upgraded, so that has durability for the next digging task we are doing. Also, I forgot to check the potential modded boss weapons, since there's some special stuff in there as well, which would be fun to use. Let's see, here's our infamous copper pit that we exploded last time successfully. luckily, so I didn't embarrass myself. Also, did we have much stuff in here? Oh, there's lots of wood here. Okay, nice to know. And yeah, okay, nice. Good. I was wondering, did I bring all the stone with me? But I don't remember bringing it. So for stone building, you really want like shitloads of like thousands of stone, depending of course what you're building, but usually you just end up using a lot of it. Since I think this, oops, I spilled my drink meanwhile while waving my arms around. But basically every piece of stone, like foundation or building piece, I feel that they're like really expensive in material costs for some reason. So it feels a bit shitty sometimes that you have to actually like farm stone for those, like especially. And that is one of the reasons why I always save all the stone I get from like digging copper and the next some ores that also you need to dig the stone out as well. Since getting these materials only for those materials kind of sucks. So it's nice that you can actually get the stone as a side product when you dig up other usable items. So basically, even if you don't need that bronze or copper, then digging it up is not bad if you want to dig up, if you want to use stone as building material. So might as well dig copper with that stone instead of just stone, since I think that's pretty much the same speed, but you just get extra copper at the same time. Just wiping myself and my chair and my table while blabbing about this. Because I had a can of drink in front of me, which was half full. Maybe I should keep drinking it faster so that doesn't happen again. But luckily my keyboard is safe, that's most important part. Even if I have a few extra keyboards though, if an emergency situation comes, so no need to worry about that. But yeah, let's again dig some copper. Actually, we might experiment with just digging the upper layer of copper and see how many we get, since that's faster. And we don't need like so much at this point, even if I already said that you might want to get any copper you can anyway. But still, I'm actually myself curious since it's been so long time that I haven't dug up copper like that. So I'm wondering if I remember correctly, like how many pieces of copper you actually miss. Oh yeah, and this was this special copper house. An actual homeowner copper giant potato that has moved in this castle. Which was like a unique spawn that I have never ever seen before. A random generation. I guess at least you're safer in there, but also that stone structure keeps that copper from being destroyed. Unless you disconnect the stone structure from the ground as well, so seems kind of shitty copper spawn. Hey, hype, welcome. Hype is just beginning when we start excitingly digging this copper out here. But yeah, this is one of those bad veins, or bad deposits, in my opinion, since you can't see much of it. There are some copper deposits that you see that are almost like floating in air, with lots of space under it, that you can see more of it and you can dig it easier. Oh yeah, nice. I love some Heim in my afternoon as well. So you're at the right place. But yeah, let's see how many we get. Just remember to divide the actual number by 2 since I had the double resource on. So we don't get inaccurate results for our test. But yeah, you can imagine from the last time that copper disappears like under that ground if you don't dig any of it up. since the first time I played with my friends and we didn't know shit. We dug up all copper deposits like this, as I think many people do, without knowing that most of the copper is usually underground. So we had to find a lot more copper deposits since we got only the fraction of the total amount of copper every time. But if you want to give the least effort into your copper digging operation, just dig always the top copper and just find more deposits. But then you have to probably run longer distances between those coppers and your base or whatever. So I think it's not worth it to actually just dig this top copper, even if it's tempting. But I'm not going to stop you or come to your server and do something about it, so feel free to do whatever you want. But maybe I will prove myself wrong and we get some nice amount of copper from this anyway. But we will see. I'm pretty skeptical since this was so hidden underground, so you shouldn't get too much out of the total. Since as I said last time, it should be still 120, like the max amount of copper you get from one deposit. But we will soon see when we got everything out. Well, not soon, since this is gonna take forever with this shitty pickaxe, but as soon as possible, I promise. I'm doing my best here. Sometimes I wish we had TNT or something to just explode this whole vein with. We only got this reindeer pickaxe. Oh well, in this case we have 3 of them, so that's a bit better. That's broken, then just take a new one from your pocket dimension and let's go again. Yeah, the famous dynamite that Vikings used back in their raids to just explode the English. I think that's why they were so unstoppable, just throwing dynamite. I think we want to put this crap already, or do we? Not sure if I should dump it here or... Since usually when you make the pit technique, you get everything nice and cozy in that pit, but now I'm paranoid that these will roll few kilometers into that way and I will lose precious copper, but I guess that won't happen, so maybe it's easier to stop being paranoid and just dig it up. I still might be a bit twitchy about it. Keep checking and running after them if they roll too far. Since I left my cart near the extraction point there and didn't bring it too deep into the forest, so would have been nice to have a cart here maybe so we can deposit everything right away into it, but then it's always a challenge to get it out the deeper into the forest you go with that cart, so it's not always a good idea. And we experienced the carting route already that it was fine from there, so we trust in that. And won't make the mistake of trying to make it better and then actually fucking it up. But yeah, if nothing else, this kind of feels better while digging, since you actually see the copper going like lower, you get more copper around you and you're actually feeling like making progress. Instead of the technique we used yesterday, which is digging up the whole potato first before hitting anything. And you only feel like you're digging useless stone, which still isn't useless, as I said, that you want for building stuff. But still, this feels better while digging, but you can't explode the copper like this, so you will miss out on the huge climax of exploding million copper pieces at the same time. And I prefer that myself. Okay, almost done here. Okay, now time to prove me wrong, since you can see that some of the stones and coppers like pop up from the underground, so some of the pieces that break underground, they still spit out the loot, so the actual loot doesn't get buried. But the rest of those copper stone pieces that you have to dig up, they get buried under there. So at least you get that loot instead of just it disappearing somewhere under there. Yeah, let's see. Deposit all our shit here multiple times. Also, we might want the rested buff, and actually we're gonna sleep here. And if there are enemies nearby while you're trying to sleep in like hostile territory, just go crouched and you might get into stealth and you stealthily go into sleep. And if you are snoring, it's like really silent when you are stealthed like that, so they don't even hear that. That's pro tip number 700, whatever, 7322. Just crouch, stealth, and go to sleep. If you don't want to kill everything outside your house. Now we hope that no one stole our copper during the night. So we can actually count how many we get. And also, if nothing else, you at least lose the, or not lose, but you don't get the stone that you get with that pit technique if you want the stone, so I keep making reasons why I think that is better, but that's how it is. Maybe a few more run arounds to get everything. Oh, since we got that belt, it's maybe only this one. Yeah, okay, nice. We saved at least one round trip, so maybe, what, 20 seconds of our life because we bought that belt, so it already pays itself back. So now you can choose to do something else with your life for 20 seconds instead. Which is pretty nice. But yeah, that's a shit amount of copper. With double the loot and still only 68. So what is it? 34. And that's horrible. But I already said that that particular deposit that we dug up was really shitty as well, since you didn't see most of it. But yeah, if you don't know that the like whole copper vein is under there, since you can't see it unless you dig it up, you might get only that 34, so you are missing almost 90 copper underground there. And I think that's pretty fucked up thing to leave there. It feels so wrong. So maybe as a compromise, I can come into a conclusion that if the vein isn't revealed like this one wasn't, like too well, then it's a really shit idea to only dig the top. But if you see like the huge potato almost fully, then it's fine to just dig the like top copper. But this was a really bad deposit. Yeah, we have to make a compilation of these amazing pro tips. But yeah, then if you're desperate, you can go back into your dark spot and realize, oh shit, there's more under here, what the fuck. I thought I dug up everything. Oh, there's still more, and so on. So there's 90 copper worth of copper in here. Since we dug this up, we won't stay here longer, but we will take what we see. But yeah, these are some things, of course, that the game doesn't explain to you. Like the crow that gives you tutorial tips doesn't say to you, hey asshole, remember to dig every piece of copper. It's mostly underground. Crow just says basically that dig up copper. And that's it. So the crow is in fact the asshole, and not us. But yeah, since we have such a tiny amount of shit in our cart, we can actually use this moment to look around our stones from here, which you could do by teleporting, which is maybe a better idea. But since we have our cart, we will use it. And hopefully we don't get stuck and then leave it there and go get a portal after. Because if we have to do that, that's pretty embarrassing for me, but I'm used to being embarrassing, so. Okay, it's pretty heavy, so we might get into trouble, but we might not also get in trouble. You never know what you get with these things. Let's just organize this shit that we will never get from here anyway, but it is important that it feels right that we organized. Also, I can get some in my pockets. Rest in my cart. Maybe we want those eyes as well, and actually we want this core wood probably as well, but can't have everything in this world. How many can we have? That many. Let's mark that copper that we kinda dug it up. We have at least left a mark there on the ground. If we forget and try to get from there, but yeah, then let's see how this cart ride goes, since it can be pretty tricky. Bit tricky with this kind of load. Remember that you can regen your stamina while running, so you don't fall backwards downhill with your cart if you keep running on place while waiting for stamina to regen. Then try to pick a road with less of these, as little of these bushes as you can, since you get stuck on everything with this kind of cart. Just peacefully wait for your stamina and then try and sprint up the hill. If that's not possible, just wiggle around the sides and hope for the best. Maybe equip your axe so you can cut these bushes down if needed. Or even these trees. There we go. Yeah, this is pretty funny sometimes, so doesn't look or feel badass to draw this card in the end, even if it was supposed to be so manly to do this. Even the pigs are laughing at me, and this grayling is laughing at me. Okay, now we are almost on the home stretch. This was the easy part. Also, if you want to be fancy, of course, you can use Actor buff to your advantage and pull the cart faster with more stamina, or less stamina cost. Make sure you don't get lost and keep checking your map neurotically like I do. I keep spamming that map button and not even probably registering what did I see and then just closing it. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying my best. I can't wait to see what our wife says about this whole thing I brought with me. all these souvenirs and gifts. Just hope she's home this time. Should be cross this small waterway, like here maybe. But yeah, as you can see, my lecture before this about these carriages, that 2000 kilos is pretty much the upper limit for like an usable or runnable cart. Anything over that, it starts to get really shitty. So you need quite flat ground to run if you want to pull anything heavier than that. So even if you're tempted to fill every item slot in the cart with shit, but depending on the item, it might get really heavy that you can't actually pull it. So it's worthless. Also, spring is coming, our UI tells us up there. Oh, the ice wasn't here anymore, it's too warm now, so we took a dip in the water and started freezing. Please, sir. Not now, I'm just waiting for my stamina. No, please. Mine. Wiggle my way up here. No, okay. Never mind then. You get what you deserve. I can't even get up this hill, but luckily we have our magic tool that actually fucked us up. Jesus. Can we actually lift the cart with this? Or is it broken now? I think I'm stuck. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, that was some shitty magic trick. Now the cart is stuck. Time to dispel that magic. And now it's rolling back into the jonkka. Oh yeah, the pickaxe, thanks. Thanks for reminding me. Maybe that would have been better instead of fumbling around with that hoe. But don't worry, we found alternate path with our fumbling. True Viking just preserves in front of any obstacle or difficulty instead of doing anything smart. Okay, then we are back home nicely, so we can actually unload all this shit or just keep stacking these carts here with stuff in them and never taking it out. Store all that crap. Brought our extra pickaxes home for no reason, but oh well. Oh, thanks. Well, it's not weird, I guess. Feel free to love my accent if you want. I don't mind. We're all about love in here. Yeah, now we can actually get more bronze smelted if we can see something through the smoke. Just put these in here. I wish we didn't have to use this shitty setup anymore, but it is what it is for now. I promise our new home will look a lot better now that we actually got the stone cutter. So we can make some fancy stone magic happen. Then we need some coal. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Vikings spoke rally driver English like Finnish people. probably, maybe there were some rally driver Vikings as well. I'm still not a Viking scientist, so I can't say. I promise I usually am more organized with my stuff in this game, like not like this, but I keep saying that and showing the opposite, but you just have to try and believe me that this is basically now an organized chaos, which is just waiting to be organized properly in the next base. But if anyone else came into this base and tried to fight something with my instructions even, then I guess it wouldn't be even possible. Just a little moment. Okay, there we go. We can probably sleep already, so we can make those copper and also I forgot about my spawn point, so lucky that we tried to sleep, so we actually set the point here and not later realize that we didn't set it here and die, then we spawn back into the copper forest, which isn't too far, but still it would suck. And again, it would be yet another embarrassing thing that we have to endure. But yeah, now winter is gone nicely. And spring is here, so we are safe from the cold for now. But now we know what to expect since everything was new with that mod for even me, so first time experiencing that. Then we want make more bronze. Slow walk our way back into our house or not, since we keep leaving these carts on the way. As I said, it's an organized chaos and nothing is in the wrong place, everything has a purpose. Even the shitty stairs with magic pixels that you can't walk over while tired. That has some kind of purpose as well. I guess Odin is just testing us. Yeah, then when we have bronze, that means we also will have a new pickaxe. So even if we need to dig more copper, which we probably do, it's nice to have a better pickaxe for that as well, since I think it makes it a lot more faster, since it is so much stronger than that reindeer pickaxe that we have here. Yeah, we need core wood for the handle. It's right here. And we probably, even if we didn't bring too much copper with us, we probably still get enough to upgrade this at least a few times. So let's see what happens. I think it's 10 and 15 probably next, so if we get 25 more, it's enough. Since I guess I decided that the sword doesn't really need the last upgrade, maybe we can manage without it. Wouldn't probably be wasted if we upgraded the sword, but I guess if you just want to make stuff maybe a bit easier, you might want to fully upgrade everything you can, but I hope I don't make a fool of myself and fail because of unupgraded gear at some point while talking big like this that I don't really need this, I can manage without it and blah blah, and then again I get proven wrong that I'm a phony fake ass Viking instead. Oh, and now we actually get our first swamp raid, which means since it's a foul smell and I see skeletons, it should mean that there's only skeletons and Raugur in this raid, and not those poisonous assholes. But it could be a poisonous asshole, which are the slimes, raid instead, which is only the slimes, I think. Like the green ones and the brown ones. But this one should have only those non-poisonous variants of swamp dudes. And with all that said, I don't need to get my poison resistance in panic right now. And since we live in meadows, it actually helps us somehow with this, or some way in this raid, since the swamp people hate the meadows people. Like they're the two enemy factions basically. Or every faction hates each other in this game, so if there are deer or greylings around, the swamp guys are probably running around and killing them instead. So that's why it's so empty here at the base. And we only see these spooky skeleton boys here for now. They will actually break your stuff as well, since like that one poison spraying shaman asshole that poisoned our carrots here. So they basically try to attack your portals and beehives and whatever. They're not like too destructive like the basic guys, those smaller ones. But if you happen to get a raid that is only trolls, the big blue smurfs, then they fuck up your base really bad. Since they do so much damage in a large area when they hit. Yes, I felt like crying manly Viking tears last time when we played in multiplayer, and I was building my new fancy house and was really proud of it. Then we got troll raid on my side of the base, and they fragged half of my house literally, like it was almost evenly split from the middle when they were dead, or after they were dead. So then I build it back up, and another raid comes and it gets fragged again, but not as bad. And that's one of the moments that you learn that maybe I should build some walls or moats. Since not many of the raids are like really devastating, but the troll raids are really devastating if you don't take care and actually run towards them before they get to your base. Or you get unlucky and they get really nearby spawn. But you might want walls just for that raid. So they fuck up your walls instead of your whole base. But there are some dangerous raids apart from those as well, so be prepared for anything. You are not safe. Yeah, that was quite a simple raid. It might have been only skeletons, but it shouldn't be, since there's an actual raid called Skeleton Surprise, which is only skeletons. Infamous luuranko-yllätys. But that was the actual swamp with the foul smell, blah 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 thing. But oh well, we're fine with not getting other friends from the swamp here. I was spooked enough by the skeletons. But also next we really need to find the turnips from the swamp because for some reason that really small patch we had there didn't have any, at least I didn't see them if there were any, but only that one turnip seed pick up, and they got destroyed here. So we got really unlucky with that both ways. Let's make some more bronze, and I think we need copper if we want to make those wall torches, or what is scones, I think is the name. Yeah, sconces. So you might not want to use all your copper for the bronze bars if you fancy decorating your base. Go. Did we need that wood as well to upgrade the pickaxe more? Yes, we did. To actually check, we get 50 durability, I think, with each upgrade. And this starts with only 120, so it's really nice to get at least a few upgrades in this. Or did we get more? No, did we get 100? Or am I imagining things? Oh no, it's the upgrade version, I think. So yeah, it's never mind. I was just confused for a moment. Okay, we need 15 more or 10 more bronze. We can just fancily throw them there where they are needed. But we don't actually have enough, I think. And actually we're going to use all our copper anyway, since we don't want to get fancy yet. Just desperately making more bronze, but I think we're missing 2. Oops, wrong table. Yeah. Well, no big deal. We can manage with this amount as well, unless there's somewhere in this chaos there's hidden bronze or there's hidden copper in this chaos, luckily. Thank God for this chaos. If this was all organized, there wouldn't have been any copper left, so disorganization wins again, and hoarding as usual. Just keep hoarding and don't organize stuff, and it's easy victories every time. We actually still got shitloads of tin, which we probably don't need too much, but at least we don't have to go get more right away, so we might as well just keep smelting that meanwhile as well. And we were missing 2, so we need 4 pieces of copper and 2 pieces of tin. Might as well wait here. Also, now that the spring came, we have lots of time to go boating. So after this bronze project, we will finally set sail, since winter destroyed our plans a few days ago. Oh. Create bronze. Again, you might want to take the same core wood you keep putting in the same chest. And up, again, be careful. I almost thought about clicking here, but click upgrade first. And now we have a nice and juicy copper bronze pickaxe, so we can for now maybe retire this antler pickaxe, but still the good side of it is the same thing I talked last time, so it's easier to repair this, since you only need that brown wooden workbench instead of this forge for the bronze pickaxe. So plan carefully where you are going to use your pickaxe and what you bring with you, since unsurprisingly the bronze pickaxe is useless if you can't repair it. Or after it breaks, but before that it's useful, of course. Throw some tin on the floor since it came to our pocket accidentally. But yeah, it's boat time then. We had our travel chest here, which has the portal materials and the boat materials and the fancy smancy poison resistance, which we might need if we land on a swamp, or if we are forced to land on a swamp instead of a biome next to a swamp, since you can't always choose. Like if you find swamp, it might be swamp all over, so you might not get a safe landing. And you don't want to jump into the swamp water without poison resistance and then get like 17 eels up your ass. So be careful and prepare. Actually, let's take frost resistance as well, since, as I said before, it's useful in the swamp, especially during the night, since swamp tends to be so hard already compared to the previous biomes, so just use anything you can to make it a bit easier for yourself. Yeah, I not seeing that I'm missing anything crucial, so well, ready to fail forward again. Just keep on surviving, crafting, and crying as we do here. Just try to cry as little as possible. But yeah, now we set sail with our new magic boat that appears from thin air. Also, before you go boating, you might want to get 10 wood with you, so you can actually parkour yourself into an island or shore, then plop down a workbench and quickly repair the boat, since you need this crafting table, and you can actually repair it like a building by clicking it. So you can just plop this down on an island and just drive by, repair your boat, take the table with you, and continue on. Because your boat might and will take damage on the way. So that's one more step of preparation that you can do. But yeah, then the fancy boat controls. This is an automatic shifting boat, or there's only one direction to pull the lever, which is front or back. I guess that's two directions, I already lied. But either you just freely float, or you can put more force. This is just that you just use the oar next to you and just go really slow. But then you don't need the wind, since you are not using your sail, if you just need to go forward without wind. But with these two levels, you either get the half sail or the full sail. So, and you can maybe imagine what it does to your boat if you have half or full sail. So one of them is faster than the other. And now actually we enter ocean and immediately we run into a sea snake. So we might want to turn around immediately and go back home. And maybe cancel this trip. And maybe wait for the winter and walk over the water instead. So yeah, this was the ocean, this was the boat. We'll see you next time. Fuck! But yeah, you can outrun this asshole snake by having that wind icon you see there on the left, no, on the right, sorry. And actually, can I kill it in the beach? And the wind direction, of course, determines how much wind you get in your sails. Fuck you, snake. And I actually hit it with my sword for the first time ever. This is how true Viking fights. Gets bitten by giant sea snake into your face at your defending your home and non-existent wife, which is actually still real, even if you haven't seen her yet. Also, if you go in too deep into the water, you will lose your equipped armaments. So try to stay near the shallows, though the water level changes. Oh, this is perfect. That was really nice. That's how you do it. That's what I planned all the way. And I didn't cowardly run away. I just used tactical retreat to lure the snake into my home and take the higher ground and fuck him up. And now we have snake meat and snake scales. Yeah, perfect Viking gameplay as you have already used to. Nothing, no mistakes. Nothing wrong. Everything is perfect. But yeah, I was going to explain those snakes and the possibility of running into them, but I guess the game decided for instead, so that we will experience it, so which is always better. So basically, ocean biome, as you saw, we entered it and immediately there's a snake, which is, I think, quite unusual, since usually the snakes spawn further away from your home, but fuck that knowledge. Okay, now I've updated info. It can be right next to your home beach. But you need the ocean biome, I'm pretty sure. So that darker blue water. But yeah, now that I have calmed down, you can actually use an item which you get later, or if you get lucky, and drag the snake a bit towards you instead of fighting it in the sea, or since I think most of the time you don't get as lucky as we just now got lucky that it all came all the way to the beach and we could fuck it up easily. Since I think 99% of the snakes that I have fought have been by shooting arrows while drifting around it with the boat. While Eurobait is blasting from our boat. And just arrow it down. But that also means that if you kill it in the sea, this loot you get, the meat, this one floats, but these scales sink to the bottom of the ocean. So you need to kill it in a shallow, or, well, you get a harpoon. You drag it with a harpoon, and I have dragged some snakes all the way to a forest where the graylings attack it as well, and we tag team and fuck it up like a Sakin hivutus way. But then you get the loot on ground and you can actually loot everything. And we're unlucky that it didn't drop the trophy, which is really nice since it's the huge snake head trophy. But since we got these scales, do we even want the shield? Since I think it's a tower shield, but it's a really nice tower shield that you can make with those scales. But I don't think I will ever use the tower shields, but also there might be more, like I don't think this is vanilla. This must be from the armory mod. But this is the original shield. So it has high block armor, and it has the special stat, which is against resistant versus pierce, so the shield actually takes half damage from pierce damage, which is really nice. But since it is a tower shield, you can actually parry with it, and it has the 15% movement speed penalty instead of the 5 that the other shields have. But if you like tower shields, this is a really nice one to have, though you need iron for it as well. But now that we have the mod, we can actually make a parry version of it, like a smaller one. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, apart from the scales, the actual snake reward is that meat, since that makes a really nice food later on. Slice of sea serpent. So stash that in your chest and wait for the future to tell you what to do with it. But yeah, that's how to fight sea snakes 101. Just fuck them up, win the game, get loot, make your wife proud. Maybe I should have still shown once more this flyer I made, since we are actually looking our wife, and I have been giving out these flyers to people we meet in our adventure and describing and how she looks in this photo. There's a real photo of her. So please call me or send me a message if you find her, and please tell her that I want her to come back home. But hopefully she's okay and still somewhere there, but we are still looking for her even today. It's been it's been a year in game now that she's been missing, so we might have been losing hope at some point, but not everything is lost yet, so keep her face in your heart and mind. Yes, we are true soulmates. But anyway, if we find someone better on our trip, so we might get a new wife instead. Yeah, I think I can't speak sea snake, so maybe it was trying to tell me here in the beach that the snake saw her somewhere in there, but that's my fault with having anger problems, so we killed the snake. So maybe that's why my wife left as well, because of the anger problems, so it's kind of my fault, but I will not take any responsibility. Well, that sea snake might kind of look like her, but I'm not sure if she was that thin. But anyway, we are off to our Merry adventure without sea snakes, hopefully. Actually, well, at the sea, maybe at this point I really don't want to fight the sea snakes at the sea, since my bow skill is really shit at this point. Even if my bow is pretty good for this level, it's easy, not easy, but it's what it is. It's possible to kill the sea snakes at this point. It's not impossible, like not nearly impossible, but it can be a challenge. And if you get your boat destroyed, you basically die, and that's it. Then you need a new boat, drive back into the sea, hope the snake hasn't spawned or stayed there, and get your corpse or the gravestone. Yeah, exactly, she was used to it. That's how we argued about things. Shooting arrows at each other and what Viking couples do. But yeah, after that thriller, we now get a peaceful night, full moon. Kuulua merelle siltaa. Nice music. No wind in our sailing direction, so we have to just row our boat. And everything is pretty good right now. Might be the perfect opportunity to wet my throat, since I've been for the last few days before this streaming for 5 and 9 hours and speaking almost all the time, so been feeling it a little in my throat. So since I'm new to this streaming business, so I haven't really talked this much normally, and I'm not sure if normal people talk this much if you're not a streamer or a lecturer or something. So I need to remember to drink more. Well, actually it is water now, so Viking water. But I had a mango flavored drink earlier. So I think Vikings liked mangoes. But also just in case, I went to the apothecary and bought some throat tablets that you can suck on and maybe protect your throat a bit better. If I meant to do this thing for a longer time, so I don't kill my throat. I feel that is probably a good idea. Or I just have to start tagging the streams like silent stream, and then maybe just shut up myself and let the Viking gameplay do it the talking, which probably isn't a great idea, but still. If I get really sick or really broken throat, then that's what I have to do, since I still want to stream. Yeah, these are authentic Viking throat tablets that I got from the shaman in the apothecary when I went there today. Vikings used to make these in their laboratories back in time. These citrus menthol flavored tablets. Also, the next island wasn't too far, and usually this is the case. And also there's another snake in there, but they didn't see us since it's dark. And it doesn't have dark vision. Hopefully. But we might actually want to try and challenge it, since we are pretty close to the shore. Since we are so confident in our snake killing skills, we will take an U-turn, put our boat in turbo mode and just go towards the snake and hope for the best. Hope we don't die painfully. Since solo boat combat with the snake is pretty shitty, since the boat will drive while there is someone standing in the boat. But you can't be sitting and shooting at the same time, so put the sail full blast, take a good position and try to hit the snake. But it will still catch up to you and eat your boat's ass. Your boat will probably not like it, even also don't shoot your own boat like I just did. But yeah, your boat doesn't its ass being eaten, so try to get rid of the snake fast. You're on a timer. Also, if you go straight line like this, the snake will turn back at some point, so you have to do some sick maneuvers around the snake. Which will also make it miss like that, if you're sick enough. And if Eurobeat is loud enough. So you can try to ram the snake, but it's immortal for that purpose, so you have to shoot it down. So you probably want some better arrows for this. These are pretty shit. Also the sail is fighting against us as well. It's tag team with the snake, it's trying to block our vision. And now we're missing the snake, which is a bad thing since we get turning our boat, losing our speed and wind. So let's head directly to the shore and try and finish off the snake on this straight line. Uh-oh. This might be bad. Well, we are basically dead. So enjoy the last moments and try and punch the snake in the face. But then you run out of stamina and you're fucking dead. At this point, can I equip anything? No. Well, I'll keep my equipped items, but I can't get any weapons, so fuck it. So, yes, we're building a new boat and getting our corpse. Yeah, that was proper warrior's death. Even if the warrior was really fucking stupid by challenging the snake. But yeah, that happens sometime. Don't let it get you down. You wake up at home. You see that your wife is still not here. So that gives you the motivation to carry on. You take some more food. I'm wondering if I should take any weapons or make any weapons to take with me, but fuck it. We will just punch the snake. Did we have more bronze or did we use everything? Uh-oh. Because I think we need... how many do we need? Well, let's see. Because I think we're literally missing one bronze nail from a new boat. But we can actually just fuck up one of our carts to get the extra nails, so... This was all planned along, so no worries. I just wanted to demonstrate you this mortal peril that you can get into. So you don't have to stress about dying in your own world if you play this game. So. Yeah, if we didn't have these cards as nail insurance, then we would miss only one. Oh yeah, there's one nail actually in there. So never mind. I was making it more dramatic than it actually was. But imagine that we were missing only one nail and it would be really dramatic. And also, I need to dramatically make a new hammer so I can get rid of that wall rack thing and actually get the nail. Where's the hammer? Here. How many actually I need? 3 wood and 2 stone. Make a hammer. Get rid of that. Then we need, I think, 20 of those pieces of wood. What else it was? Oh, 30 wood, 20 resin, 10 deer hide. this. Some more wood from here. All the nails. We have a hammer, which we can build a boat with. We have the boat materials. We have eaten, we have rested, poof. Love is in the air. We love life. Let's go again. Also, if you are stuck in the water near your boat, this boat has the ladder only on this left side. But later boats might have more ladders. But yeah, that was only the second death. So the first death is still there in the troll cave, the skull, but we will remember this snake by leaving this skull in the ocean. Hopefully his family is not waiting for us. Also, if your boat gets destroyed like that, of course the wood actually floats, I think, only from the materials that you get. So the resin goes to the bottom of the sea, the nails go to the bottom of the sea, and the leather or the hides go to the bottom of the sea, so you're fucked with those as well. So that snake really did us a solid, as they say. Solid shit. But I guess I have to take some responsibility of making that U-turn and maybe getting myself in that trouble. Maybe the snake was actually innocent. But yeah, the snake probably would be dead if I didn't miss half of my shots as well, so practice your bow shooting. Yeah, it was really solid snake. I usually have the actual bow skill in this game, that there is, I have it really low since I don't really use bows. So that doesn't help. It takes a lot longer time to actually like get the actual shot off accurately. Here we're nearing our destination. We see our name from the gravestone there, that white spot. Hopefully the snake fucked off back to Snake Land where he came from. If nothing else, we can just drive by our gravestone and drive straight or sail straight to the shore, which I was supposed to do but fucked it up. Here lies Osmo. So you can put your boat in reverse, so your guy uses the OR to reverse, and if you jump off your boat, it stops instantly. So if you need to pick something up from the sea while you're alone, you might as well jump off early so it doesn't slide off, or if you try to slow down with this backpedaling. Okay then, I guess we continue our trip and sacrifice this another hammer to the sea gods for our safe trip. Oh, and actually I now see that we got lucky. And all the ship material we looted when the boat broke under us. So it was in our inventory, and we picked it up from the gravestone. So it didn't fall to the bottom of the sea since our character hit the loot when the boat got broken. And as you might predict, that's of course exactly what I tried to do. And was just lying when I just told you that we lost the materials. Which I really of course didn't think. But no, I'm really surprised that we actually got them back, since usually they just sink to the bottom. At least most of them, and the nails, since you don't hit when the boat breaks, items or the materials spawn in that one spot. and if you don't hit that, then you lose them. But yeah, at least the snake went home, so we will forget that ever happened, apart from leaving the skull and bones there. And we continue our search for a new swamp, which basically means that we will sail these shores and try to see those dead trees that swamp has. And we try to not crash our boat too much. Also driving or sailing the boat in these lower water spots can be a bit hazardous, since you can't always see those rocks from every angle, so it's easy to run into them. And your boat takes damage from all that shit. Also, if we see a huge mountain, like a tall mountain in the horizon at some point, we might want to mark that for the future. Because the bigger the mountain, the better the chances there are good stuff in there later. Or at least that's how it feels, since there's more stuff probably to explore there, so more chances to spawn good shit. Yeah, we'll be drawing some island borders like this, coasting these shores, so we get these, at least some landmass graphics on the map, so we know what kind of biome it was that we sailed through, since later we can just mouse over and it tells us in the right upper corner what it was. Instead of sailing a bit further into the sea and not seeing this landmass in the map, then it's harder to return somewhere where you wanted to go when you do not know what was there. And for some reason in this game the wind system always fights back, and I think it's like a common thing to notice and believe that like 80% or 70% of time the wind is always against you. So no matter where you are going, when you pick a direction, then the wind always turns against you. And then you have to go with this slow rowboat speed. It's now that we want to turn a bit right to keep going through this coast. The wind is getting even more in our way, so no help from there, even if we turn slightly. So we just have to deal with it. Seems that there's just lots of black forest, or can't really tell what size island it is from at this point, so might want to see where it turns next to the right and then keep heading south, since that was the original direction. I'm pretty sure that you could maybe have some swamp here, but not a too large one, since we are pretty close to the starting middle point of the map. So at this point captain says that we are better to turn away from this shore and just head straight to the south get some distance from the middle. And since we are using portals anyway, it's not too critical how far we go. But also we can't portal metals right now, so we have to bolt them back. So rather not go too far, since it will take billion years to get them back home unless we build a new base somewhere here. And also we could have done the pro gamer move and started our boat trip from Haldor, since we have a teleport there, or portal, and just boated to this same spot from there and maybe avoided a funny snake death. But I guess this was better. You basically just... Oh, okay, like this. I was just gonna say, you basically want to just swivel your camera around and hope you see the trees you want to see. And in this case, we see those dead trees of the swamp right there, so that is our destination. But actually, I'm interested in that piece of land as well, so we're taking a little side tour to the side first. Since, if possible, we don't want to land directly into swamp because of all the stronger enemies in there. So if it is next to like meadows or black forest, like the border, we want to go there before first and maybe establish the portal there and such. But now that we get closer, we see there's more swamp, but at the right side there we see some, I think those are spruces, so it should be black forest in there. But this is still swamp all the way here. I think it combines. And those look like meadow trees. So probably 3 biomes at the same time nearby each other. But also before you commit by building a larger base to a swamp or whatever, you might want to run through most of it and see if it has anything worthwhile in it. Like our first swamp, if we committed right away before exploring, we couldn't see how small it actually was, which is a bad thing. So with that being said, we will land there in the meadows side, put up our portal, make a little shack for it, and then we will bravely again run into the swamp without dying. But yeah, it's kind of mixed and matched, like small patches of swamp here in the middle of meadows. Also a swamp house with spooky blue gas in it. Yeah, I guess we'll just go full sail and crash land on that patch of meadows there. It's the easiest way to get your boat to the coast if you want to break it, since you can't disassemble it. You have to actually break it with your axe or something if you want the parts back. Just go full sail and crash land as far as you can, so all the materials drop into the shallow water, so you don't lose them accidentally. Yeah, this is like a triple threat. There's meadows here, black forest starts there, and the swamp starts right there, so let's see. Actually, what you first want to do before doing anything, portal materials don't help in your pocket, and if someone destroys this, it's the same as you didn't put it down, so might as well put the portal down right away and have a small insurance if you die a surprising, embarrassing death. And we just grab some wood from here. We could teleport to our base and get the materials from there, but I don't think we need too much, so should be fast enough to get them locally here. Oh, and we got friends from the swamp side again. How many are there? 6. That's nice. 7. And some skeletons are also walking. Or are there now 8 leeches? I think those Graylings or Great Dwarfs are really fucked. But feel free to go there. I think I'll pop a poison resistance and try and get them killed since there's so many. I might survive with the poison resistance enough that I can just face tank them and slash away with my sword since it's an AoE. Like, AoE swing. And I'm not sure, but some those kind of enemies who bite you, they do piercing damage. Which means that our armor that we made has the resistant versus pierce damage, so we take even less damage from those bites, which means the poison also does less damage, since I think it scales with the actual bite damage. And on top of that we have the poison resistance, so it's all over for those eels. Yeah, after our victory over the evil eels, we get more wood to build a small shack. Transfer our portal inside there, go back home, get rested buff. Maybe check if we need more potions or something, and then conquer a new swamp. Let's see. Don't need to build anything too fancy. Or also, are they eating my boat? Which is fine since we want to destroy the boat anyway, so they are they are free to do that if they want. I don't mind. Yeah, kill these so you get the blood bags, which are, for example, used for those frost resistance beads, which you really want. Make a little spot here. Getting dark fast and some evil folks are getting closer, I see. Oops. Luckily I'm the most accurate Viking in history and never miss these shots. There we go. I think this is enough, even a smaller one is enough. But make it a bit higher this time since portal has those prongs on top of it, so well, it doesn't really matter that it pokes out of the house, but this. Hopefully nothing ambushes us from behind while we have our back turned to the hostile swamp full of hostile enemies. We're really ashamed to get hit from behind by something. Make it smaller like this. Add a few pieces here and there. Oh. At least it wasn't someone from the swamp this time. even this like really basic cabin design looks quite nice in my opinion. Looks already pretty cozy with not much effort. Get extra fancy, and I just talked earlier that you shouldn't commit to a swamp in any way before you know what size it, but I guess this isn't really a commitment. Just making this silly house. Wonder if I can make that look somehow better. Jesus. It just looks like an outhouse instead. I guess that's fine. Use some piece in there, since I don't think there's a proper piece that you can put there if you want to block this end of this this roof ridge. You can probably custom snap something in there, but fuck it. Instead do this. There we go, now we have a fancy little cottage here. Then we just move our portal and hope we don't die while we are moving it. So we need those eyes. Move the table inside so they won't attack it outside. Then build your portal here, the other side. There we go. Put this icon here. Give it the portal's name. And we go back home and deposit every piece of shit we have in our pocket. Oh yeah, we got the bolt materials back. I was wondering that I didn't break the bolt yet, but still have the nails, but that was from the first bolt accident. There we go. Now we might want to wander in the swamp during the night, since we want those spooky ghosts to attack us, but it's not too necessary yet. We'll see if we have more poison resistance. I think we did. Yes. We actually want to make more of those frost resistances as well. Chiselblood Great Dwarf. Someone is attacking our bees. Lord backs. Can't remember the exact amount, but we'll see. Oh, it was probably 1 eye and 2 per. Actually, yeah. Without checking, I'll trust my shoddy memory. Could be able to make 2 of these, unless you take honey for only 1. Back. So, put that in the fermenter and the other waiting here for its turn. Oops. And make the poison thing as well. I think it was those tails. A koal. Something else. Oh yeah, this one, as usual. Slowly starting to remember some of the recipes without checking again. Since it's been a while since I played last time before starting this stream playthrough. I still have to unlock my memory slots from my brain where all the Valheim info is stored. Or do we want something else? Maybe the medium healings even more. We might not have raspberry. No, we have raspberries for that. Then it's on dandelion and something else. Was it blood bags? Maybe. It's probably more than 2 since the other recipe is 2. Maybe 5. That's probably too much, but let's see. No, it was 400. Not too bad. Nice meat bases waiting to be fermented, so that's great. We might want to make more fermenters eventually, but not that important since we get them slow and steady like this as well. Especially when we don't have more than 1 player using those meats. But if you have more players, you might want more fermenters, of course. I think that's all we need for the swamp. Yeah, I'll take a really short break at this point before heading back to the swamp. So maybe like few single minutes, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. Just a short break after 4 hours of sitting here. I think I fetched some drinks earlier, but mostly just sitting here, so I guess it's healthy to get up now and then. But yeah, before we head to the swamp, I'll use this silent moment and opportunity to again say thanks to everyone who is here watching and commenting and doing whatever they are doing while the stream is running. So thanks for being here again. I really appreciate it. Helps a lot for the future, of course, as well. Hopefully we keep getting more and more people here, and maybe some people stay, some don't, but always fun to have new people who want to see this disaster and maybe even chat about it, or like, since I guess that's the reason why I do this or try to do this. But yeah, swamp, that's right. Leave our little shack. Leave all the trash outside as usual, even here. I kind of want to risk it all and just keep running in the swamp and look for turnips mainly, or the green lights in the distance. So we will just go crazy mode and just run around with Actor buff here. We actually want to fight the huge abominations that gave us this root armor, but we can do that later as well, since we are pretty decently equipped even without more upgrades. So the problem with those turnips or swamp carrots is that the thing that you see them is really dark colored, like the leaves of that plant or the seed, whatever. So it's hard as fuck to see sometimes. And especially with these spring textures in here, there's even more color than normal. So it's even more difficult to spot it, but we'll see if we find any. Oh no, maybe don't go crazy mode with wolves, but who am I to tell you not to go crazy when I'm trying to do it myself, so even if there's different levels of crazy mode. Since some people might consider building a 2-story Viking house crazy mode instead of a 1-story. And luckily we haven't ran into wolves yet accidentally in this playthrough, since they usually kill you if you are not ready for them, so yeah, exactly. All different flavors of crazy. But yeah, they are like dark yellow and brownish color. Like a little bush that you see popping out from the ground, the turnip seeds. And for some reason I don't think they are like too common, like the carrots seem to be. And for some reason my mouse keeps disconnecting even if it's plugged in, so again, last time it did it once as well during the stream, so I don't know what's up with that. Hopefully it doesn't happen in a crucial moment. Also, I'm being cheap, and I will not be using that poison resistance unless we get into huge trouble, since we will be trusting our helmet, which has the smaller poison resistance buff. But we are being economic explorers this time. And not wasting resources. Just keep running and winning. I like that the swamp looks different even in spring, but it kind of fucks me up that you can't see the turnip so easily. So. Oh, and if you see like easy cook sacks like this, just get them, since, as I talked about earlier in the swamp, that you don't always get those low level cook sacks which are easy to take. So might as well take any if you see them. But yeah, I think the turnip seeds can be anywhere where there is a swamp biome. There's like no special rules for them spawning, so it's pretty strange that they seem so uncommon. Also, yet another tip for the future, if you don't know anything about the game and you're at this point, you might want to get these blobs as often as you can, or kill them as often as you can, since those oozes that they drop might be useful to making something later, which is really optional, but it helps in the future. Which I basically realized last time I played, since I haven't used that thing before into much effect, but it was really useful last time. So just ooze up if you can. But I don't think I need to like separately tell you about each item that you maybe should hoard, but just tell you once that hoard everything. That's the best way, of course. Since even the dandelions, the small yellow flowers you get from meadows, they pretty much always had the only useful use that they had was using them in the potions or the meads that you make. But you only need one per the batch, so you never really needed them a lot. So I stopped picking them up after a certain point. Until later in the game and new stuff came and suddenly they are useful again, and I should have hoarded them as well, since they had their use as well. That's once again I learned, never stop hoarding. If I can hit this. Oh yeah, nice. Axe is really useful here with that overhead swing, as we learned from the bee nests as well, since not many weapons can hit upwards like that, or higher up. But hopefully after the new combat update comes next, it is history and you can hit with any weapon anywhere pretty much, so that is my hope, that you can aim them properly. Did I just see iron? No, it's a stone. Yeah, we kicked Elder's ass in the last stream. And then our objective was after that to head to the swamp at the start of this stream, so we've now been swamp exploring mostly. And we got our root armor from the abominations, and we have been collecting all these swamp materials. But we haven't found a use for the swamp key yet. So we need to find a proper swamp that has those places that you need it for. Also, we need to find more turnips. That is more concern of mine. On top of finding the crypts, I rather find turnips. Since they gatekeep us from the nicer swamp food. Which will help us everywhere. Even in the crypts that we have to go into, so I really want that food before we go in those. Since if you thought the earlier fight we had in that one swamp where it was like clusterfuck of every enemy, it's fine since you can run around and escape here, but as the name crypt says, there might not be too much space to run in a crypt, and you will get clusterfucked by enemies in there as well in the worst case. So you really want to be on top of your equipment game at that point. Yeah, it's still, I can't believe it how rare the stupid turnips are. Might have to twist Odin's turn Odin's nips to get more turnips or something like that. Something funny like that. Since I keep saying turnip. Please don't laugh too much. But yeah, this is pretty fucked up that there's no, like, nothing anywhere. I don't understand. And it doesn't help that if you're in the actual swamp biome, I think it's always like a lot darker than anywhere else, so you might want something on your head that gives you light that I might have said that I don't really use. Yeah, the first one was a mini swamp, and also this seems like a shit mini swamp as well, since there's nothing here either, so we just got swamped again. Hello. But since I know they can camouflage so well, the nips, so I'll just keep running around and looking again, since it's so easy to miss them. Oh, I was just speaking about the dandelions, but of course I won't be getting too many of them right now, so might as well save an inventory spot for something else. Same with that. Also, I keep getting spooked by this ancient tree text pop up, like, oh, there must be turnips there, but no, just wrong plant. Keep hearing noises, and now I heard some crunchy noises, which means an abomination just got up, so At least we get some more roots from that. Keep your food buffs up here. Pretty bright. The flash of light. Also, if you can be bothered when those abominations get up, you might want to mark the spot where they got up, since they usually spawn in pretty much the same spot that they already were in. If you want to farm them. I think it takes like 3 days or something to respawn. Not exactly sure, but something like that. Yeah, I don't think turnips exist in this world, or the 6 we had were the final last turnips that the universe has. And that shaman fucked them up, so thanks a lot. Now that we got cold, it became night, so might as well drink this mead and wait for spooky ghosts. Keep looking for the stupid turnips. Might as well use this opportunity to ghost hunt at the same time. Yeah, I guess the swamp looked a lot nicer during the winter. Even if it has a bit more color with these white flower things, but still. Not even a single ghost or bright. Sucks as well. Maybe now that we don't have the rested buff anymore, they might spawn. Oop. Check this cabin, but the floor was broken. Is there any chest here? Any loot? Maybe a chest with turnips in it. Nope. Even if this 1-star archer hit us with his arrow, it did like 7.4 damage or something because of our piercing resistance, which is really nice. So all those archers can get fucked. Not sure if we can take the Oozer with this lesser poison resistance, but we'll see. We have some potions. Okay, yeah, it's decently hard, but nothing too deadly. Oh yeah, one random tip that came to mind when I ran under this tree. Since there's these immortal trees, they act as a roof as well. So if you need to rest here in panic, you can't do that anywhere pretty much, since it's always raining and the fire doesn't burn, and if you're wet you don't rest. But if you find a roofy tree like that acts as a roof, you can, if you have a hoe, you can try and get the ground up so you don't sit in the water, and see if you have materials for the campfire or get them around you, and put the campfire under this and sit under it yourself so you can actually get the rested wolf. If you feel brave and you are desperate for turnips, you can just keep running without any rested wolf. And maybe suffer the consequences later. But yeah, I think this swamp is pretty much the same piece of shit swamp as this other small one, so fuck this place and we go somewhere else, find a new swamp. Meanwhile, there's like huge wars happening here. Corpses everywhere, or loot. Yeah, we will drop a small visit back home through the portal and then again take the portal with us, since we don't want to just leave random portals around, or I don't feel like leaving them, so. Only thing left here after we leave is that small cabin we built there, so. Oh yeah, and we actually can probably upgrade our armor. Unless we don't, I don't have the ancient bark though, since we need to cut down the trees in the swamp. Bees are under attack. Luckily they can defend themselves. But also if these guys attack the beehive, the bees think I'm the enemy as well and attack me as well, so I get poisoned too. So sad to get betrayed by the beach. But yeah, I have to check the swamp chest if we had any ancient part. We do. I think that's enough for one more upgrade, so that's decent enough. Probably the mask, since it has the special properties. Yeah, 5. No, ancient bark is easy to get if you just get it, but we haven't actually put any effort in getting it, so that's our fault. I think the night is pretty far, so we don't need to sleep it away. It might be better to just head back and actually start traveling right now, so we travel during the day. Yeah, like this. Immediately it becomes day. And I think there's different those sea serpent or sea snake spawns during the night. So if it becomes night, you might suddenly see a snake pop up somewhere, and if it becomes day, I think it pretty much runs away and disappears. Yeah, let's take our boat that we didn't break. Just keep going. And we change this portal icon to a camp icon, even if it's not really a camp, but oh well. Most likely we will never go back there, but you never know. We back up our boat, put it back on gear, full sails, and again our actual direction is the wind is against us yet again. So when we turn our boat towards our direction, we lose the wind. Luckily we are not in any hurry, so let's just slow sail away. If you click into the game with left click, you just keep punching there and getting up from your boat. So I'll tap away. But yeah, the game plan is pretty much the same as earlier. We just rotate our camera around or our head around and try to look for these dead trees somewhere else. Probably somewhere there with the ping. I actually didn't have any gear on, we were just going slow, but I might do this instead. Turn the boat a bit more, go full sail to the side. I'm sure it's the same in real life, I guess, that if you have like the side wind and you go faster than if the wind comes straight from your back. Since I guess you get less resistance for the air resistance for the sail if you hit it sideways or in an angle. So you see that yellow circle on the right side and the bottom is a bit darker than the sides. It just means that the wind isn't as effective if it comes straight from behind you. And of course the fully black one is wind coming straight to your face, so it doesn't do anything to your sail. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, as you said. Or what you said. Just basically keep the wind to your side, if you can. Even if it sounds better, it is in your back. Kind of feels that we've explored a lot, but when you look at the map, it doesn't seem like it anymore. Only a little bit. But I think the general way that you explore in this game is pretty much the same for everyone, so it's quite tough to, if you want to explore like everything in middle of the islands as well, it takes a lot of time. Basically, you want a few things from the biomes, or actually find the biomes and do something with them instead of like exploring everything 100%. Okay, I have never heard of dagger boards. At least not in English. Just keep the wind slightly to the side, and it might suddenly change as well, so keep an eye on that, of course, as well. Just go where the wind takes us. Might be a perfect time to enjoy some these throat tablets that I bought. Oh, and of course, I'm turning a bit too much, so the wind stopped it right away when I took my hands off the keyboard. How about this? Okay, let's go. Yeah, and hopefully these tablets don't taste horrible, but I guess I still have to just use them even if they do. For my throat's health's sake. Oh yeah, since the boat rocks a bit, so you might lose the direction you picked or chose, because the waves or whatever are moving you just a bit around. Oh, that's one tree, nice. So you actually have to keep steering a bit to keep your course, and can't sleep on the wheel. Yeah, from far away, it looked like a small, thin part of land only, with not all the trees rendered yet. But if you see even a one tree from far away, you should go check it closer, if that's the biome you are looking for. Also, I'm wondering if I should just try to skirt around this swamp and see if there's any other biomes. And sometimes you can even scout from the boat that you see those green lights, not those ones on the trees, but like green torches or something else that you might see without even stepping on the land. Okay, I guess I somehow understood the explanation of this boat science. So basically it's magic. Yeah, boat magic. The old boat magicians of the old times. That swamp doesn't have anything when looking from here either, which is a bad sign. But we will have to check it closer since it can go much deeper into the inner land as we can than we can see from here. So yeah, that makes no sense other than it has to be magic. Since physics are pretty much anti-magic, so if it doesn't seem real or if you don't understand, it must be magic. Also, I drove into a rock while looking somewhere else, so that's pretty magical as well. Wiggle myself out of this. Yes. Because I want to land again into the Black Forest next to the swamp, instead of straight into the swamp like a crazy person. Maybe Vikings had boats that were faster than light as well. Yeah, I think this parking spot is empty, so we will leave our boat here. Hope we don't get a parking fine for parking illegally here. And then we do the old build a base dance here. Not with a pickaxe, but with this. Maybe I should be lazy and just build the portal like this. And build some walls around it. Only. Might be a horrible idea, but we will see. At least it's really compact like this. make it even more tough. Oops. Fat fingered the buff, but I guess we will need that soon, so that's okay. Kinda like place it there, and I guess that's fine for now. And we're officially ready to explore the swamp again. We leave our boat there and hope no one breaks it. That should be okay since it's such shallow water, so... Oh! We might want to take the rested from home after this fight. Just realized we have only 2 minutes left. Lightly swing away and hope for the best. No, there's one more around me. It looked like they tried to like choke me like a boa snake or something. Coiling around me. But now that we're here, we might want to bring some ancient bark home, so we can now upgrade the root armor, so let's get rid of these ancient trees and get some ancient bark. Yeah, the abominations help with that logging nicely, same as trolls in the Black Forest. Just have to convince them a bit, and you don't even have to pay them. I see a mob spawner there and that green gas in the horizon. Actually next to us as well. Those meaty, stinky piles. But we won't be challenging them yet since our rested got expired. Oh nice! Congrats on the giant, massive muscle belt. It makes your life so much easier in this game. And did you have gold to buy anything else or only for the belt? Well, yeah, the belt is the most important one, so that's good enough. And yeah, it's perfect for hauling copper. There we go, now we have nicely upgraded root armor, but we still need 1 level of upgrade, which we can't get quite yet. Flush our toilet here, put some new stuff in it. Oh yeah, we got arrested while we were upgrading our shit inside, so I think we're ready to go back right away. Let's see. Just keep running and winning, finding and searching. Feel like I'm straining my eyes to a maximum limit of straining while trying to see the turnip flower things. I think I don't. It's not a good idea to stop at this point since I'm having a massive train behind me of enemies. So we have to keep just going. Just Benny Hill our way through the swamp. Yeah, if you have to run through the swamps like long distances, as you can see, we can probably just keep almost running without stamina, right as I said. So you don't have to like panic sprint everywhere to get rid of the enemies, or just don't get. Oh, was there a turnip there? Don't get stuck in the. No, it was branch. Fuck. Don't get stuck in the water, because then you might be dead. Since the enemies don't care about the water depth, they just walk to you and fuck you up, and the eels included, or the leeches. Also unlucky, the first green torch we see is for this runestone setup that they have. They always have those green torches as well. Ooh, 2-star skeleton. This might be a late hull. The problem with these guys is that they keep pushing each other forward while hitting, so you might get randomly hit by the movement that some other Draugr pushes the other into you. Oh, now there's some ghosts when I'm in trouble. But that's what we wanted, so we shouldn't complain now. We actually might want to take some distance since we're going to die. Yeah, don't panic, just keep circling and maybe sprint like when they swing, so you don't get stuck too close. Just to conserve your stamina. And don't jump it by accident like I just did. And even if you parry someone else than the one you are killing, that's enough that you get some breathing room. Since the parry stun is so long. Also, I just realized we probably missed the other chain from the first fright we killed, since I should get 2 now with the double loot, but I only got 1, so 1 is somewhere in the bottom of the swamp. But yeah, stay calm and keep healing potions in your pocket. Waiting for the Skele boys to get here. Also, a while ago in the last stream I talked about some monsters getting debuffed by rain. And I basically meant these guys. When they shoot their fireballs at you, you take no damage pretty much, since you are always wet here at the swamp, because it's raining all the time. And also, if they are stupid enough to walk into the water, they just die by themselves, so... Let's put G for Jacer here. Geysir. Since we can use that to farm coal and surtling cores if needed. You can set up a thing for it. But we won't be doing that yet, at least, so we can ignore it for now. And we actually found our first sunken crypt, so... First larger patch of iron, and now we can only hope that this swamp has more of these. Since it would suck to only drive 1 boat of iron out of here. So actually, the first patch is fine if it's a smaller one. Actually, I see another crypt there. Okay, nice. We managed to find a proper swamp. And these are the things that we need the key. It actually says it here, need key, swamp key. But if you're tricky, you can get in without using a key. There's a few ways that you can glitch through. Oh, ghost. Blue light means the cops are onto you. They only use blue and not red and blue lights in swamp. Yeah, and I just marked these crypts. SC for sunken crypt. And then keep exploring, at least towards that other crypt. But now I know I have to commit for this swamp, and this will be our first iron batch that we drive home after we have visited the crypts. And the first batch will be full boat load, which is that 120 plus what you have in your pockets, which is basically like 20 something. And that is quite nice amount of iron for the first trip. You can make lots of stuff with that already, and especially the better boat. And then the next big thing was finding those Cursed turnips. And I don't think you can find them from anywhere else but actually from the ground here, so we just have to keep trying. But luckily this swamp seems a lot larger than the before ones, so there are those crypts and geysers and maybe even turnips somewhere. No more raids since we are having some quote-unquote daylight here in the swamp. Yeah, the swamp ends here, becomes black forest. Also, if you have these borders, then when you're in trouble on the swamp side, you can always run towards the easier sides, which are basically meadows and black forest. So get back up from there or just escape the swamp enemies into there and hope they get tagged along to some other enemies. Since running deeper into the swamp isn't probably the most greatest idea at that moment if you're in trouble. Get the easy green goop. Not so easy. Go. Goopy goop. So desperate for the turnips, I try to look at every possible little corner. Maybe they're hiding just under my nose, so have to try to be more thorough than ever before. Yeah, I think still think it's pretty crazy that we haven't found any more after that one. And even crazier that they got destroyed just before they were ready. And then we would have planted those 6 turnips and made those seed turnips and then multiplied our seeds and so on. But now that is just a dream. Seems our swamp ends like this, but it's like a decent sized swamp, but still not a big one, and with luck you can have like shit tons of those sunken crypts in one swamp, so even if we found some, it's still like a bad swamp in the larger world. But at least we get our first iron batches from there, so it's enough. Enough for now, and then we just look for a better swamp after. I still want to pick these entrails up just in case, since you don't need shit tons of those entrails, but you need some to start your production of some foods, for example. So more abominations. We probably don't need this one, but we don't want it to chase us either, so might as well kill it while we're here. Or try to kill it. Just like that. I wish that explosion was more brighter. I like the way how it hurts my eyes. Perfectly timed, almost return to home, but not yet, but we are running out of food, so soon. And if you see these circles, the most important thing is here in the middle. There might be a chest, and they have a chance to have those chains in them, so that's a good thing. But they always have these, either those body piles or evil bone piles, which are really evil. These spawn skeletons, and the body piles spawn those draugrs. But they are limited amount how they spawn. I think it's 1 draugur per pile and 2 skeletons per evil bone pile. So basically you can just run around and DPS these one at a time slowly without killing these, since you always get more from these spawners. Also, if you want to farm like the entrails from those draugurs, you should leave these alive, these spawners. So you can just stand there and keep killing them for the materials. But if nothing else, try and steal the chest from the middle, if there is one, but not always. So I don't think it spawns anywhere else but the middle here. Also, when running away from archers, try to keep something behind your back, between the archer and you, if you can, so you'll get fucked in your back by the arrows. Oh, there was one crypt here as well, nice. Now we have to be careful, since we don't have the trusted buff. We have people chasing us. We tested that the helmet poison resistance is enough for these others, so if you build the root set you can be pretty safe here with the poison, without any poison need, but if you intend to spend longer times here, then it might be worth just to make the poison mead, since it's not expensive to make. But yeah, suddenly the combat feels like shit after you lose the rested debuff. Not debuff, but buff. Also, it's good that you find many crypts, since one can have a lot of iron, but also you can get really unlucky and get like 20 or 30 iron from one of these, which is quite bullshit that you can have a bad luck like that. It's all RNG how the layout is generated in there, since it is a dungeon. I think if I should throw something away for more coal, but I guess we can always burn more wood at home, so coal is not so valuable at the moment. So I want to keep these skeleton trophies. If nothing else, I want to decorate something with them by putting those skeleton heads on item stands. So they are really valuable to me. Yeah, still no turnips. And if you're playing for the first time, you might not even realize that those exist if they are this rare. You keep running through 3 swamps and don't see them. Just gonna use the Actor buff to make the stamina game more even in here without that rested buff. Because I don't want to leave yet. Or build any kind of shelter to get it back, so we'll trust our deer speed buff. Maybe one day we'll find some turnips somewhere in the world. Maybe at the 7 streams from this one. We might finally get visited by the ghost of turnips. Oh, I was really happy, but it was a mushroom. Something to pick up. Something to be picked up, but it was a fake turnip. Actually hope that the season mod is not doing something strange to them. Since I don't think we picked the first one during spring or anything, but it would make no sense to not have them during the spring. But now I'm starting to suspect anything and everything. Someone wants to keep my precious turnips from me. Everything is a conspiracy and everything is against me and my turnips. Also, I don't remember or recall that I would have picked any mushrooms in the swamps before. So now I'm even more suspect about this. Like, did the spring with the mod replace the turnips with those mushrooms or not? Lot more danger without any stamina buffs, since you have to be more careful and conservative with your stamina, but it's still doable if there's not anything else trying to fuck you up at the same time, so... Still keep finding stuff that I haven't picked up, so quite sure I haven't like combat everything here like 100%, which would be of course impossible pretty much, but it's so easy to miss stuff in here. At this point I guess we will survive without the turnips and without the food that they give, since you need them for an upgrade furniture that gives you some advanced food recipes, so we can just forget those for now. They're not like mandatory, but of course getting better food is always preferable. Yeah, I think I'll just run out of this swamp for now and start preparing to enter those crypts for the first time. While of course taking the last few looks for those seedlings here somewhere on the way back. Oh, we actually found a new structure that we didn't see for some reason before, but I guess those trees camouflage them in this dark forest, so. We want to check that tower thing or this fortress thing for a possible boss location, Vegvisir. But the problem is it's filled with assholes, since there's a spawner in there. So we either have to rush them down, or just try and slip through, but I'm not sure. Oh, now it's even worse since it's cold without stamina buff. Maybe I'll try and see from outside. If we see a red glow, then we know there's a boss stone in there, but I don't think there is. So we can just head back to our portal. Oh, okay, thanks. Thanks for coming and watching, and have a good night. So now we have to be really careful since we don't have Eikthyr buff or the rested buff, and we have cold and wet, but actually I think just to be safe we might as well use the frost resistance mead. No need to be stingy, it sucks if you die because of that. You know, if it was right here, but maybe we were too safe this time, but that happens sometimes. Nice, some bonus coal and some bonus surtling cores. So I forgot we had these random blueberries in this chest. But now that I think about it, I remember stashing random blueberries somewhere. I think just bring these thistles outside as well. Is there any space? Nope. So never mind that. Let's put them here, new location. And actually check, was our meat already ready here? Nope. So can't change that yet. Still hoping I would see a ready turnip here, but no, all are gone. Do we actually have to start making more food already or not? I guess we do. we can't do during the rain, but we can always check that. I think the idea was just to make deer stew with the queen's jam and ignore this meat sauce. Or do we ignore it? Well, we have some extra carrots since the ones we had during the winter finally became pickable already, so we might as well use them. Let's see how many did we have actually here. Okay, quite a lot, so. Might as well make 20 deer stew and 20 that minced meat sauce. Just have to cook the deer and not the boar. Still such a great setup with all these tools in the way. Okay, we got them all out of there. Successfully rescued all the cooked deer. So then we just need those boar meats and these tails that we luckily got more of. The carrots and I think blueberries for the deer. Then we do some building magic with this pot set up here. Protect it from the rain. Is that enough? Somehow it is enough in this almost diagonal sideways rainstorm. I guess the roof piece high above saves the campfire from this huge storm, but that's just the usual Viking magic. Just keep cooking. Even more. In this atmospheric rainstorm. I thought I heard some like high-pitched bling noise, or a ding or bling, but I guess it's when the cooking skill procs and you get that extra product from one material gives you like 2, so that's nice. Actually working. We will leave our rest of the jam here and keep using this boar jerky that we might need to make more as well. There we go, now food storage is all a bit more filled back up again. I think I have everything I need for those crypts. Since we can't get the better foods, these are fine. Our armor is upgraded. We might want a blunt weapon in the crypt, but it's not totally necessary, since our sword was doing well enough in that swamp already. Maybe some more arrows, just in case if we need to cheese someone from afar. There we go. Some emergency frost resistance meats. Well, it would be better if we could go into a crypt with as little as possible, since you want to haul out all the iron ore, of course. So we might have to rethink our loadout if it feels that we have so useless crap with us, since we haven't used our spear in a long time. We don't really need our axe in there, or the hoe, maybe not even the hammer, probably. But I guess it's not too serious, since you can just keep running in and out. Yeah, nice. The fermenter is ready, so let's put some more shit in it. Keep it fermenting, and actually at this point we might want to take the better healing meats just in case. It might be a matter of life and death that you get 25 more HP from them. So no need to be stingy at this point, I guess. But also we could plan a site for a new base, as I thought about earlier. Maybe we don't actually drive the iron back home here, but somewhere else, like more closer to that swamp. Or preferably if we find a larger swamp, maybe closer to that. I think that would be a better idea instead, before driving anything up here, since I can't teleport the metals anyway. And I think after that, if we make a new base and I get the larger boat after getting some iron, we could then come back with that larger boat to here and then get all this metal that we can teleport out of here with that boat. I guess that's the plan for now. So it would mean probably that we take the teleport to Haldor and take the boat from that coast and start looking in between these two places that we have already been in, and then try to find a new island with swamp in it. So explore, explore, and explore. It's always a good idea. I can't remember if there was anything in this between zone here, but there probably is something. But not always. You might have like huge oceans in between with nothing in them, apart from sea snakes. Also, I kind of feel like maybe I should stop here, but I also feel like that I want to continue since it's easy to get like addicted in progressing in this game. So easy to just keep going and doing more things, and maybe this one more thing, and it keeps feeding that dopamine addiction. Since I don't think you can ever like stop doing things. There's always some small things you can keep doing, even if you don't want to go like explore right now. You might do something in your base or plan something else or whatever. But that's why it's such a great game to me, at least. So much busy work, so much to do that you actually want to do instead of having to do lots of shit that you don't want to do. Like, for example, we could spend all this time talking while having these melters running, these last of the tin ores. This. Just in case we need more coal, I'll just keep burning the wood as well. Since I think we have enough to burn, since this cart has been standing here full all the time. Oh yeah, now I finally remembered again that when I saw the elder name of the portal, I had to check if there was any fancy weapons that I could make by going and killing elder again, since I remember there being something like special items or weapons like this that don't exist in the normal game. So I think they're basically just the same like metal tier that the boss actually is in already, and then you just need to kill the boss one time to get the necessary materials, like this, in this case the trophy and the swamp key that you get from the kill for each of these items if you want to use them. Wonder how good these are compared to mine normal sword. I guess when it is upgraded it might be comparable. Yeah, we might actually want some Ancient Seeds. It was 3 per summon. Might get one more from the forest somewhere. Oh, actually, I think that... Did the trash pile have some or not? No, some of my small cabins had a trash pile with ancient sheets in it, but can't of course remember where exactly this was. Or was it here? Just when I said that, I don't remember, but I think it was outside this Haldor shack. Well, not anymore since enough time has passed that they disappeared. But at least we get shit tons of mushrooms for our efforts here. And blueberries. What was... Oh yeah, I destroyed the spawner. I was thinking, was there a spawner nearby? But yes, there was, but not anymore. Guess I'll just head to the Elder then. I think I heard a troll stomping around. Did I hear wrong? Was it the song or the game? Not sure. It heard like a low thud sound, which sounds like a troll stomping, but I guess I'm just paranoid. Oh, and there's a spawner right there if I need to farm for the seeds. Let's go there for a while. Because I think I want 2 of those special boss weapons, so I have to kill it 2 times. Also, when you have these spawners and want to like preserve them for farming, it's unfortunate that the Great Dwarfs themselves will destroy these accidentally by like throwing enough rocks at it or just swinging their weapons or hands and not paying attention and destroying their brethren. I think we need just one brute. One brute to spawn that we get those seeds from him. Or if we really wanted just one, we can break this whole nest, of course, but let's try to keep it here just in case we need more. Since, as I said, these get destroyed by themselves. Also, if you need to farm stone for building, I think one trick people use is these spawners, and they do some campfire or whatever fire tricks under it. So they spawn into a pit that has fire in it and they die there on their own, and since those guys drop stones and wood, so you basically get a free stone farm without digging anything. Not sure how effective it is in the end, but at least you don't have to do anything for it to farm itself. We have really bad luck with the spawn. Now when you want those big guys, they don't appear, of course. The usual way. Yeah, like that, he threw the rock into the nest. It took some damage, and after a few of those, it just breaks up. No, so if you want to find those brutes like naturally, then night is your best bet. Since during night I think they spawn a lot more. Soon I will just swing at the nest. Actually, now I'm getting impatient, so let's just break the nest. We can always find more. Since for now we only want these 2 kills anyway. There's some carrot seeds, which are kind of like those turnip seeds, but these are just more brighter and easier to see, since they are pure white in this lush forest. Oh, and now we could do this boss in hard mode and have the troll harassing us at the same time, but I guess it's better to just kill the troll before summoning the boss. Oops. Make room for the loot that we actually want from him. Make the sacrifice. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem for us, but if we get too confident or overconfident against him, then we might be fucked accidentally. Also, I think if you want to min-max this fight, you can start by sneaking and getting a like free sneak attack when he spawns. Not that it gives you much more damage than normal, but still. And like last time we learned, easiest way is just to stand here between those spawned roots, and if you know how to parry, just parry the attacks and punish his ankles. Just see where those evil roots spawn and avoid them. You win the game. But also watch your stamina, don't get too greedy with your weapon swinging, then you don't have stamina to parry and then you get fucked. As is tradition. Oops, now the roots are pretty close. Also, it seems my buckler is enough to just block, since that wasn't a parry, since you hear this swing sound when you manage to parry, so you know if you failed or not. I'm taking a few steps back almost each time after I have comboed him, just in case he stomps over me. And the infamous behind the shield surprise attack, since he's so big. And there he goes again. Hope all this floats. Nice. actually need one more slot since the keys don't stack, and we want one more key. Oh yeah, we get. Oh, actually no, never mind. Yeah, this is fine. Since we don't use all the seeds anyway, so we don't get a new slot from that. Also, if you get swarmed by these smaller ones, you might want to retreat towards that middle fire there. Since I think they are scared of that as well, or any campfire like that. Danger zone. And actually the fire is helping us during the night by keeping us warm and giving us more stamina regeneration, so we might want to get closer to it. Oh, it's crazy color effects because of the boss, I guess. Yeah, I think these boss fights in Valheim aren't the best part of Valheim's content or combat, since most of them are quite simple, and actually they're like exploration and fighting the normal enemies in the wilderness and such is like more exciting content. These are just stepping stones towards new things. Apart from maybe the newer two bosses, they're a bit more exciting, I guess. Or a lot more exciting. Yeah, we got what we wanted. 2 trophies and 2 keys, so we can craft those special items. Means we can head back home. And see how our new weaponry will look. Also, I wonder how you upgrade those, but we will probably see in a few moments, since I haven't crafted those yet. I have used this mod before on like a different playthrough, but I didn't play much then, so not too familiar with those things. Meanwhile, while we're here, we're of course doing the good old chores, which never end, no matter how far we get in the game. Always waiting for you here at home. Yeah, let's see these new weapons. I was thinking of making the sledge and the sword, so we have a new larger blunt weapon and a new sword, which has to be fancy. But it seems we need bronze for both, and unfortunately I don't think we had any bronze, so fuck that shit. Okay, never mind. So it would need a new copper howl, I guess. That's a shame. Just hide these in the special barrel that we will forget about as well. And just keep having dreams about those new fancy weapons instead of actually getting them. Wondering if I should spend this late night in real life, easier to say. Late night in real life, should I spend it on like easier stuff like copper mining and such? Since it's 2 AM here already. Not like super tired yet, but slowly getting there. I want those weapons anyway, that's for sure. The question is, do I want to use our old copper mine, since that one was the shitty copper inside that house, or the fortress, whatever, stone building. And that was probably normal further away, so we might actually get a good haul anyway, if we dig up both. But we could also look for that new base location and just find copper near there as well. Like, we probably won't build the base in swamp, so it most likely will be in Black Forest. So we might as well dig the copper near our new base anyway. That might be a better idea, instead of spending time digging that old spot. Yeah, I guess that's the plan for now. So go to Haldor, teleport there, take the boat, look for the islands, just like I planned earlier as well. But that being the case, I think I'll just end the stream at this point and save that for the next time. Since we are not just doing random close by copper mining, but actually going exploring and finding a new place and whatever, so that might be better to save for the next time. Which could be already tomorrow, most likely. Unless I have forgotten if I have something to do. Probably not. Because I usually don't. Yeah, there's probably tomorrow then, yeah. But yeah, thanks for everyone who was here and who is still here. And thanks for your watch time, and thanks for your support as usual. Hope you enjoyed listening to this and watching it. And have a good night and have a good day and have good something wherever you are. And we'll see you next time, most likely with Valheim as well, so I don't think I will change the game in between. So tomorrow more Valheim, and most likely I'm wondering if I should just commit to a time, since I usually start at the same time, which is at like 8 or 9 PM local time here. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll get into a habit of actually scheduling it. So for now we'll do it in a not so great way. So, but probably it will be from this moment. It will be in 18 hours or so. If you want to be there, and if you have followed me, you might get the notification. So that might help as well. But yeah, thanks and goodbye.